begin by just saying a few words. First of all, very warm welcome to the Globalisation Hub, the final workshop, actually. I'm Angus Armstrong, so I'm the Director of Rebuilding Macroeconomics. And Stephen is going to lead us through the day. We have 5 presentations, so that's 5 of the 6 projects under the Hub. And let me begin by, first of all, thanking all of the researchers, the principal investigators, but also the other researchers for 5 excellent papers that we have. So we're very pleased with them. So first of all, thank you very much indeed to all the researchers. And I will just say a few words about where we are in the whole Rebuilding Macroeconomics project. The grant extends till the end of July. And so we're pretty much in the home straight, so to speak. The the big job for us to do is something called the roadmap, which is really the final report to the ESRC. And my job is to try and do the macroeconomics of rebuilding macroeconomics. In other words, to sort of raise above all of the individual projects at the micro level and look at what does this mean at the macro level when you add them all up and put them together. What are the common themes? What can we say about macroeconomics overall? So we've been looking at this in the management group, and we are alighting on something called social macroeconomics, which is, I think, quite an important idea. It really says that economics, the economic sphere, the sphere of exchange, which is usually measured by money, sits or is embedded very much in the social sphere. And the social sphere, of course, is embedded within our planetary boundaries. And when we start taking economics out of that context, it might be useful for some questions where the environment is fairly stable, where we have very little instability and small changes. It might be useful for that. But for some of the bigger questions that we face, we think that that has limitations because there clearly are social consequences of economic changes. And there's also economic consequences of social changes. So pretending there isn't seems to us to be a bit of a dead end. And once you start thinking like this, it becomes quite interesting because you move away from Lord Robbins' famous definition of economics about given ends and the allocation of scarce resources between competing wants. And you say, well, what is economics about then? And it's much, this line of thinking leads you to the idea that it's about the use of resources to enhance well-being of people and their societies, both now and in the future, which is where the environmental aspect comes in. So a sort of more holistic view of economics. And this has quite interesting implications for how we do it, because of course, when we start thinking about social interactions, we get networks and we get fundamental uncertainty, which isn't sort of exogenous shocks that all animals face. It's uncertainty that we create in ourselves by the own actions of other people in society. So it's an area of fundamental uncertainty. It negates the question of, well, what is a rational response? Because you can't list all of the possible outcomes. You sort of violated one of the axioms of rational choice, the completeness axiom. So it gets you into a nice area, definitely opens it up to other disciplines. The interaction takes you from isolation towards an isomorphism in economics, towards the idea of emergence, that you get macro properties that can't easily be explained by just looking at individual level inputs. And of course, when you think about social, you've also got the idea of ethics that come back into this. What are the objectives of our society? Because of course, societies are constructed by us and we decide our ethics. They're something which are man-made. So it really opens up some interesting questions. And before you think that, isn't this all going to be rather big and open? How do you do the analysis in this? It certainly opens up things like human behavior to other disciplines rather than it being closed to other disciplines, but also mathematics, constructive methods of mathematics, combinatorial mathematics, simulations. You know, we have to remember one of the big motivations of a lot of what we've done here is we're living through a digital revolution. We can now measure people's interactions. We can see the sentiment behind them, and we can do much more sophisticated mathematics than just think about one or two interactions in a highly aggregated model where we have all consumers being the same and so on. So we think that there is a need to really be cognizant of these sort of digital changes and thinking, what is this going to mean for the next 20, 30 years in terms of the direction for macroeconomics? So I hope that gives you a sense of where we're going. That's going to be my task for the next 6 months, which is daunting, but one that I actually relish, and I'm very excited, very honored to be able to do. So that's a little bit of background into rebuilding macroeconomics and where we are. I'm not sure if Stephen's actually joined us.
He has. I can see him. Yeah.
Stephen, can I pass over to you? You have approximately 7 minutes before Henrietta's due to start with her team on her project. Perhaps you would like to say a few words about the process today.
Capstone moment for the hub. We've gone through the experience of shortlisting the projects, and the administration stuff of handing out the money, and the administration of making sure that everyone was sort of on track. We've seen a couple of interim findings. We've read. I've read all of the working papers that everyone has produced. I've commented on most of them. And now the purpose of today is really a summative kind of what have we learned moment. As Angus said, one of the things that we're trying to do here is to integrate all of the findings into a larger overall report that takes us forward from the rebuilding macro project into something else. It's a goal. The original goal when we wrote the grant, what feels like 40,000 years ago, thanks to COVID, everything pre-COVID feels logarithmically backwards in time. The original idea was to seed many small projects and find the large ideas that emerge from them. And this is part of that finding process. So really, this is about what you did, what you learned, and whether you can see connections between the various pieces, colored by your own experiences, of course, and whether those learnings can feed into this larger report. I see that there are major connections between them. I mean, I can break the projects up into sort of two blobs. One is about the new economics of belonging, Henrietta analysis work, and then we have the other projects, which is really about getting really deep into aspects of globalization, right? Aspects of core periphery, aspects of supercycles, aspects of supply chains, and in fact, discovering vestiges of colonialism in the deep time series of export patterns. I think every single project pointed to the fact that the standard Hector Olin approach to trade is completely inappropriate. It's fine for textbooks and stuff, that's grand. But if you want to actually advise a policymaker, you start from there, you're starting from the wrong place. I think all of the projects have that thread within them. And then the question is, for me, how do they connect to each other, number one, and number two, how do we connect them to the broader sort of stream of macroeconomic thought? Having an idea on its own is fine, but it's very unlikely to live independently on its own. It has to be taken up by others and integrated. So what is the process of that integration? That's something that I'd be very, very interested to think about, to understand, to write about. And in fact, we actually have an example of this. So Alice Evans' work on grassroots activists, right? We're kind of grassroots activists, but for macroeconomics, right? So how do we use our activism? Rebuilding macro is an example of activism in a certain sense. Okay, it's paid activism, but it's still activism, right? We want to change something. How do we use that to if you like, alter the trajectory of mainstream macro, so that in 5 years' time, some of the ideas that are spawned in the project actually find their way neatly and naturally into the teaching and the research in the major departments of the world. I think that's a key task, and I often find, particularly in heterodox economics, we do have a despondency trap that we fall into, and I think there's hope, and there's reasons for not perhaps relying on or finding ourselves in that trap too often, but there is an effective path forward from this moment, and I'm very, very interested to work with everyone here to find that path. With that, I think I might keep us all a little bit on time and just pass over to Henrietta for her talk. And I'm very, very much looking forward to hearing about her project. I read it; it's absolutely. I read both working papers. Absolutely fascinating work. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that, and I'll be keeping notes as we go. And I think we have about 30 minutes or so for your remarks and your colleagues, of course. And then there's ample time for discussion and reflection after that. So with that, if you're ready, Henrietta, can you take it away, please?
Sure. Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here today and to come at this moment of sort of synthesis for all of us. I just want to start by acknowledging the work of the co-Is on this project. So Andrew Percy, Juan Moreno, and George Melios. We're an interdisciplinary team, and it wouldn't have been possible had we not all been working together on this. So Juan, can you put the first slide up, please? We've got a slide. Let's see. Let's wait for the presentation. We've tested it, so hopefully it is working. Not yet. Yeah. Out of this full screen. Right. And can you go to the next slide, please? We'll just move right along if I can find my. So let me start then by saying that we do have some propositions as to what the consequences are for macroeconomics of the work that we have done. I'm just trying to see if I can actually see anybody's face, which I can't. So I'm now talking to a blank screen, which is very disturbing. But anyway, so the United Kingdom is one of the most unequal countries in the developed world, and there's considerable anger, as we all know, of those who are left behind. And the question really is what can or should macroeconomics be doing about this? In the pandemic at the moment, as in the 2008 crash, there's a very strong criticism of economics, and there's a much more enlarged and interesting debate in the current moment too about what is an economy for, and also, of course, about the role of the state. And behind that is a question about on whose behalf is the economy run or should be run. And this brings us back to a set of preoccupations which have been there for a long time about the relationship between economics and politics, or rather perhaps questions about political economy. And in this new debate, there is a whole lot of new vocabulary called Build Back Better, the Great Reset, and those ideas are sitting alongside slightly more established notions of things like inclusive growth and the Green New Deal. And there are, in fact, people arguing now all around the world that the neoliberal economy is about to be overthrown by a new economic era yet to be named. So perhaps one of the things we could do is to name it. What's happening at this moment is that there's a clear question about the redistributive power of a growing economy. That's strongly in doubt. And there's also a question about any kind of model that presupposes substantial growth when growth might be very meager or perhaps even non-existent. So the point about referring to these terminologies is that frameworks are important. They set the direction of travel. And if they're going to be part of any kind of policy, they will require metrics for progression and assessment. All of these current frameworks that we're talking about, Build Back Better, the Great Reset, inclusive growth, all of them are basically aspirational. So they sound good, they help us think about alternative ways of thinking, but they have absolutely no substantive content in them, and very little idea of what you would actually need to do if you wanted to bring any of them into being. Now, Martin Sandberg's recently written this rather brilliant book on the economy of belonging. And he, like many others, says that in this situation of interregional difference, that a place-based approach is very important. He's very much in favor of an inclusive growth narrative, but he still takes the view that economic growth and productivity should be the main goal of an economy of belonging. In other words, that there will be a trickle-down effect from a kind of boom in innovation sectors, and of course in investing in things like the new Green Deal. So his assumption, like many people, is still that if we sort out the economics, and especially productivity, then all else will follow. So the first question is, do we think this is true? Now, in the Institute for Global Prosperity, we've been thinking about how to approach this question differently. So we start from the premise that we need a kind of redesigned notion of prosperity for the 21st century, and that the prosperity of individuals and communities can't be reduced simply to income or wealth or GDP or trickle down, because prosperity is fundamentally a set of complex outcomes deriving from what we're able to create from the wealth we generate, and we don't understand that process nearly as well as we think we do. Prosperity must also be about more than individual well-being, because individual well-being is too often characterized as a set of attributes pertaining to the individual, rather than a series of effects produced in specific times and places through the relationships established by living well together in functioning social, economic, and political systems and ecosystems. So if we're going to think of prosperity, and indeed human flourishing more generally, is made up of a number of elements and components, we're going to need to understand the variable interrelations between those elements and components in very specific contexts. And there are three problems that arise here that we need to think about, and I'm sure we'll talk about in the questions today. So the first then is this question of relationality. What is the relationship between these elements, which comes down in, if you like, theoretical terms to, in part, to what is the relationship between an individual life lived and the larger social and economic systems and constraints within which that life is embedded? How do we understand that relationship? The second question is a question of scale and scope. So if it's about individual lives and larger systemic systems and constraints, it's also about scope. So what is included in this economy of belonging, for whom, when, and where? And of course, matters of scope in contemporary society are always about questions of politics. And so we need to think about how we reframe what we want to do. That becomes absolutely crucial. We cannot continue to talk about things like build back better. It becomes, in the context of any serious work, very quickly a kind of nonsense. And the third issue is the importance of place. The costs of neglecting place are extremely large. We've seen the political costs and the economic costs of that. And one of the things that we've understood for the United Kingdom, as well as other parts of the world, is that although we focused a lot on inter-regional variation and on improving productivity across regions, what we understand now from a raft of really brilliant work that's been done in the United Kingdom by people like Philip McCann and others, and Philip's been part of the Rebuilding Macro team in another hub, is that it's not just about interregional variation, it's about intra-regional variation. And this raises a whole set of problems. Juan, can we have the next slide, please? So really, the next slide is just about emphasizing what I've just said to you, that the economy is not working. There's a disconnect between macroeconomic policy and socioeconomic realities for ordinary people. And intra-regional variation is large, significant, and not very well understood. So what did we do about it? Can I have the next slide, please, Juan? So what we did is we did a a comparative analysis of 8 local areas across 4 regions in the UK to try to understand what was really happening there, using just all the data we could lay our hands on. And what we wanted to look at was what is the relationship in these areas between lives lived and the bigger structural constraints and determinants. What's interesting about this work is that in the case of each region that we chose, the 2 paired examples are both the best of and the worst of region within that region. So we were comparing the best and the worst within each region and trying to understand what that really showed us. Can I have the next slide, please, Juan? So we started by, we did 3 levels of analysis, really. We looked at the macro level, we looked at the micro level, and we looked at what we call the Miso level and tried to develop a new framework for understanding the Miso level. Now, at the macro level, what we did is we looked at the data from these 4 regions and compared it to data from other regions in the UK. And basically, we discovered that both the level of interregional variation between these 4 and the intra was not out of line with the rest of the UK as a whole. So benchmark, there was nothing special about these 4 regions that would have made them different from anywhere else in particular. We then did a series of micro-level analysis using the Understanding Society survey across some basic trend analysis from 2009 to 2018. And what we discovered from doing this, can I have the next slide, please, Juan? Is that basically, you can see from the slide here, you've got differences in income between those 8 areas, the 4 regions, so 2 case studies, 8 case studies in all. You've got the differences in their income, gross monthly income over time, which, but when you look at the other issues that we talked about for them, so we looked, for example, at labour market and labour market challenge measures, at life and health satisfaction and well-being, we actually discovered that there are very few structural differences between the 8 areas, even though the macro level, the quality of life in those areas should be very, very different. So one of the things that we concluded from this is that we don't see this great intra-regional variation replicated well in the micro level findings, in the individual level findings. And one of the things that we'd like to talk to you today about is why we all think that might be the case. So one of the issues, of course, that it brings us to think about is the way we imagine in macroeconomics that what is happening at the macro level is the aggregate of what's happening at the individual level. Because in this case, it appears that the question of quality of life and the way that individuals may want to handle and develop pathway to prosperity is unlikely to be a function of the sum of the total individual well-being or satisfaction, because it doesn't appear here to tell us very much. So let's have the next slide, please, Juan. So recognizing then that one of the things that might be important is relationality. So what's happening between different kinds of things at the community and local level. We drilled down to local authority levels, to the lower local super output areas in each of these case studies. And we looked at all the data that we could lay our hands on. Now, this was actually a pretty difficult task because statistically speaking, the data sets that we are using are non-comparable. And one of the things that becomes very, very apparent and is an important question is that when you look at the way certain kinds of analyses use something like a term like an aggregate domain term like human capital, they might have all different kinds of elements within that framework, and they might have a whole series of different kinds of metrics for understanding those different elements themselves and for measuring them. And that means that when you look at the data across the piece, you are actually really struggling with it unless you can get behind it. And we haven't had time to do that. But again, we can talk more about that in a minute. So what we tried to do then is we used our work from developing the IGP's prosperity index in the UK, which we've done in various parts of the UK, and where we've actually worked with local communities to combine the regional and intra-regional data at the lower super output levels with what local communities themselves say about what is important for prosperity, what's holding them back, what they need, what they hope for, etc., etc. And we put together a new framework, which we call the LOOT framework. So this is about life outcomes, life opportunities, and life together. And the idea was that we would use this framework based on the experience near work we've done with communities elsewhere in the UK to try to make sense of what might be the areas that we should be looking at where the relationship between elements in those areas were actually determinant for the outcomes of prosperity and quality of life in those areas. So what the LOOT framework is designed to do is to allow us to see the intersectionality of factors which shape the realities of specific places in terms of the patterns of interaction between factors that are not immediately evident at the micro level, nor well captured at the macro level. So we'll just give you a few slides now on some of the information on that. So Juan, can we have the next one, please, on the LOOT framework? So what this does, the LOOT framework, is it just tells you here what we put together under outcomes, opportunities, and life together. An important element of the way we were thinking about these things is that life outcomes are really, in a way, indicators relating to the state of affairs, that is, how things actually are. Life opportunities are about those things where the conditions and resources are necessary for people and communities to respond and adapt to socioeconomic change. So what's happening in the relationship between those things. And life together is essentially about social solidarity and civic and social responsibility and so on. And we've got George and Juan here. And so when we're in question time, if you want to get details on what all of these things showed, we'll give you some more details there. Can I have the next slide, please, Juan? So overall, so here's a little bit of the information from the Miso level findings. And this work, I think it's important, is that we need to do, there's a lot more work to be done than the work we have managed to do on this analysis. And this is essentially cartographic. But what it does show you quite well is and the slide that will follow it in a second, is the variation between these individual places in the 8 case studies. And it shows that getting down to this level of analysis is absolutely crucial for understanding intra-regional variation. And what we suggest from the work is that it's this, what we call meso level, that remains relatively understudied. And it remains relatively understudied because it's quite difficult, well, very difficult, to think of the interrelations of key elements in context-specific locales. So it's a question of how it works out at the individual level, how these intersections actually pan out, which have a lot to do not just with the major structural constraints that individuals' lives are embedded in now, but also with things like culture and history and identity and belonging. So that if we're going to focus on issues of place, as people very often suggest, then we're going to actually need to understand what's happening at these at this meso level. Can I have the next slide, please, Juan? So this this slide is again part of the loop framework we've done, and what it shows is the comparisons between the better off and the worse off areas, and the differences between them in those 4 case study areas, so across the 8 case studies taken overall. And we can take you through that, but I'm a little bit worried about time. I want to make sure that we just get on to the final remarks about what it tells us about macroeconomics, but we can come back to the analysis. But one of the things it does suggest about the analysis is something that Angus was mentioning at the beginning, which is that some of this work could really benefit from using new kinds of data analytics, which are about simulation and also about sentiment analysis. We could do quite a lot to make some progress in these areas at this Miso level, if we could work out how to do it. So let's have the next slide, please, Juan. So in terms of developing an economy of belonging, what do we want to say about it overall? Well, I think what we want to say about it is that it's change at this Miso level that has the greatest potential for improving and or diminishing people's prosperity. This is where we need to have change. This is the level at which we can see how people's realities are intermeshed with the structural determinants of the economy. We have to, in that sense, shift our analysis as well as our scope of analysis and shift it from the interregional to the intra-regional variations and start understanding how they actually work and play out. So that in terms of macroeconomics itself, you could say that one of the issues here is we need to change the goal of what economic policy is from growth or GDP or GVA towards improving the quality of people's lives. And we need to change the scale and the scope of what we're doing within that. We've made some suggestions in the work that we've been doing as to how we might do that, and we're doing more work on that at the moment, which is not technically within the Rebuilding Macro, but we will, of course, share it with you when it's all ready. Can we have the next slide, please, Juan? So one of the things that we've concluded is that assisting individuals and investing in places may not be enough. In fact, assisting in individuals and investing in places is what the past policies have all been dependent on. What we actually have to do is proactively address community and local area capacity and capability to respond to transformation and to bring about the kinds of changes in infrastructures and activities that are necessary at that local level. So one of the things that we've done elsewhere is to develop a kind of whole system approach to trying to transform local areas in the UK, looking, of course, about how skills and employment will be part of that, but also looking about how things like new forms of governance would work with between multi-stakeholders and across sectors. And there are a whole series of important understandings there about how we would repair social capital and social solidarity as the first point to restarting a pathway to prosperity for those regions. So instead of starting with economics and growth and waiting for growth and so on to trickle down, we would start with how do you repair social capital and social solidarity at these local levels in order to generate the kind of value creation that would be able to drive a step change in prosperity for those regions. Can I have the next slide, please, Juan? So just as I sort of concluding really then, it's about taking account of the intersectionality and interrelationships of factors that shape quality of life and prosperity in each place. We have made arguments elsewhere, as some of you may be aware, for the development of something called universal basic services. And these are about developing new forms of public service in order to kickstart improvements in social capital and social solidarity, And in order to develop people's capacity and capability to manage not just what's happening to them now, but to manage their engagement in the next stage of structural transformation that's going to be coming towards us in the economy. So the final findings then, since Stephen asked for those, as I've said earlier, is make sure that policy focuses on delivering quality improvements in quality of life for people, and focus on this Miso level of analysis if we want to do anything serious about building back better or levelling up for the UK. So I think I'll stop there, and perhaps we could unshare the screen so I can all see you again, because I've been talking to a black screen for the last little while, which is slightly disconcerting. And we can also bring Andrew and Juan and George into the discussion, especially if any questions are really difficult, then I'm going to pass them over to them.
Thank you very much, Henrietta. That was magisterial. That was fantastic. I really got a sense of the work you've done, the scope of it. I'm very I'm struck by two things, and please, if anybody has questions or comments, please just switch on your camera or put your hand up or ask in the chat or whatever. We all know how to use Zoom at this point. We've been living on it for 10 hours a day. You know what I'm talking about. So the notion of together. So I'm very interested in this together idea, because of course the last 10 months we have not been together.
Yeah.
Right? If we ran that loot model again, the together thing, if there was an index or, for 110 or 1110, right? The LOOT, the T bit is 0. We're not together. Or maybe if in the family dynamic, we're too much together.
Yeah.
Because we're all homeschooling. Are about to throw our children into the garden and leave them out there. Speaking purely for myself. So how do we think about measuring together? Because I think what you're pointing to is the kind of work that's been done at the OECD recently, where they're using Google Trends to figure out weekly GDP numbers, and they can break down using Shapley values. They can break down like the impact of the crisis on consumption, and if they could do that nationally, they could do it regionally very quickly. So I think that gets you to the Miso thing. But what's the policy impact of like identifying that people in a region are less together than in other regions? How does the politician or a policymaker say, well, hang on a second, the people in Birmingham they're clearly less together than the people in London. What should we do about that? This is a fascinating area you've opened up.
Yeah, and this is actually a fascinating question, because of course when you ask that question and you put it into the context of, say, a group of professional economists in the room, let's just think of them first, they would probably start by saying, well, this isn't our job, right? Because we don't, it's not our job to worry about whether people in Birmingham are actually going to the pub together or not, right? I mean, so, and I think that the question here, I think, is the relationship between forms of participation and governance that make a difference to how value is created in an economy. Right now, let me give you an example. So, for example, if you could imagine a situation in which volunteering around local actions in the economy to get close to carbon net zero, right, were organized through the local football club, this would have quite a different way of organizing that togetherness than if they were organized as things that came out of the workplace, right? Because they're able to leverage a whole set of different kinds of resources and skills into those spaces and places just through the different ways in which those things are organized. So one of the things that we've been thinking about, and lots of other people have too, is how do you create new kinds of platforms of multi-stakeholder governance that allow you to speed up the change that needs to take place at the local level, right? Particularly if it's to do with things like making a change across a series of areas that would have employment consequences. So a very good example of this would be something like what Cumbria has done. So if you take Cumbria, one of the things that they did and it's had a very beneficial effect economically in Cumbria, is to start not with trying to do something about the economics, but to do something about flooding. Right. So as soon as they all got together to do something about flooding, they all started planting trees. And once they started planting trees, they were involved in managing the landscape in a different way. Then it very much occurred to them that the best thing to do about this, apart from the fact that a whole lot of people were then employed in regenerating this landscape and managing the flood and doing all the rest of it, is that this would have a very beneficial effect on kind of green and ecotourism. So it went straight into the green and ecotourism story and straight into further kinds of employment which came from that, right? So it's a question of how you, if you like, how you marshal those resources, let's put it like that, just to use a very general word. How you measure it is a different matter. I think ultimately you'd have to measure it by its outcome. So in other words, one of the difficulties here is looking at what are the pathways to outcomes and how to accelerate those pathways, because you can't really measure the. It's very difficult to measure how well multi-stakeholder governance structures are working until they've actually produced something. Other than asking people, but I mean, that's the anthropologist. Then I would do that. I'd hang out in the pub saying, "Oh, how's it going? That tree planting?" But.
Yeah. That's a beautiful answer, and not to repeat a national stereotype, but I'm really, really looking forward to going to the pub. So I'll absolutely go with you when we can. Pawel had his hand up first, and then Claudius. Can you please ask your question, Pawel?
Hi, hello. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it was very interesting. I have a question about sorting. So what we know is that one big reason why we have this big intergenerational differences in income in the UK is because people are sorting themselves into different places. So that's kind of one reason why some places may be richer than the others. That's kind of negative side of sorting. On the other hand, sorting makes places more homogeneous and makes places have, like, local inequalities are falling in places which are more homogeneous. And so sorting has this kind of positive side effect that it actually reduces local inequalities at the cost of growing the interregional inequalities. And I was wondering what's your stand on this? To what extent, like, allowing people to actually select themselves to where they live may improve everyone's well-being? And without that, there's also, on the other hand, a lot of research arguing that places with less local inequalities have lower murder rates. There's general people have higher well-being. They have actually also have higher growth in the long run, and etc.
Yeah. Well, the thing about, the thing about explaining interregional variation using arguments about agglomeration and sorting, and generally arguments about urbanization and the effects of urban areas on hinterlands and so on, is that when you come down to these areas these particular areas that we're talking about here, there isn't a great deal of evidence of that. And what there is a great deal of evidence of is people refusing to move to better off areas. So in other words, people say, I'm in this community. We want to be in this community. We don't want to move. And in fact, in some of the work we've done in East London, we've even, especially with young people, when we've done people's transition into work, we even had people who are living in, say, Barking and Dagenham, who won't travel to East London, to Central London from Barking and Dagenham to work, on the grounds that it's too far. They don't want to go that far. Right? So it's a very interesting question about how this question of feeling part of a community and feeling part of a culture. So a lot of times when you talk to people about what is upsetting them about their area, they say it's because we don't have the infrastructure we want. So they recognize that they don't have the same quality of infrastructure as other areas. But on the other hand, their view about that is that they should be receiving it, not that they should move to get it. So people who have very good employment opportunities and very high level of skills do move, but everybody else is pretty static. So it's the people who are static, and it's also not just the bottom 10%, it's like the bottom 40% who are quite static and won't move. So Barking and Dagenham, for example, again, when we did all the interviews for the Prosperity Index and Barking and Dagenham, and we said to the people in those 4 deciles, you know, what is it that you're hoping for in life? They said, we're hoping for a car factory to come back to Barking and Dagenham, when everybody knows that there's not going to be a new car factory in Barking and Dagenham. And so it's a complicated thing. But I think what we could do is to look at the data we haven't looked at to see what has been the migration and movement and the transport movement between those 8 case study areas. We could do that. We just need a few £100,000 from Angus, and then we can sort of move along with the next stage. But we could certainly
we all need that.
Do that. Yeah, we could drill down. So these kinds of questions are the questions I was really hoping from all of you, because then we can really start looking at what are the sort of holes in the argument. Yeah. And George may have views on that. George, do you have a view on that? Where's George? You may want to come in, actually, thinking about that. Want to come in, George?
I think you answered almost anything we wanted to say about it.
Yeah.
Econometrically, we had a lot of problems to solve this sort of sorting with the sort of data we had, because these people were actually living very, very close to each other, and their outcomes were significantly different in terms of income. Mm. But we would really want to go deeper into that in the future if we have better data.
Mm.
It's just a fascinating area to pull apart. You know, when you start getting into the mechanics of how local councils interact with different areas based on their wealth or income, that's like it's really fascinating, and historically how those, you know, good versus bad areas have evolved. The amount of state funding that goes into each, you know, is totally different. The different pots of money, you know, the middle class areas get cycle lanes, and the poorer areas, they have an enormous amount of money transferred to them, but it's all in income supports. You know, they don't get nice cycle lanes, and it's very, very interesting to see which pots of money are accessed by whom at the local authority level.
Yeah.
I have so many questions about this. It's really, really interesting, but I don't want to monopolize the time. Claudius, can you ask your question, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. That was really great. Please allow me to ask two a little bit more methodological questions, because I think they relate to what Pawel said and what Angus said in the very beginning. When you were talking about the framework you proposed, I was very much reminded of these systemist thinking advocated by people like Mario Bunge, or this micro, meso, macro frameworks in evolutionary economics and economic geography. The problem I always have in this interdisciplinary collaboration, that I always run into framework that somebody somewhere else has already done. And I find them terribly useful when I find them, but I wasn't aware of them before that. And when Angus and Stephen are saying they are thinking about, okay, how they can build up this social macroeconomics topic as a whole, well, it would be nice to have these bird's eye perspective on that. So I would be interested, from your perspective, where you were coming from, were you aware of these things like systemism of Mario Bunge, micro, meso, macro, and evolutionary economics? So is this something that developed apart from your own work? Or was it something that you were aware of and developed further in your own work? And maybe related with this, the question about the ultimate locus from which you would explain what you've seen. Because you're talking a lot about relationships, and also the question of Pablo was about sorting, how people build up new relations, how they move from each other. And for me, someone working on models, I'm wondering, where is the ultimate locus of explanation? Would you say we actually need models that put the relation aspect into a microeconomic decision making, so to speak? Or would you argue more for this kind of systemist thinking that we have to think about bottom up and top down mechanisms? So this was more that what I took from your work, that it's
No,
ultimately
it's a really good question. And so we're just starting to think this through. But let me tell you that, so part of this level of the question of the micro, the meso, and the macro did come from my reading of some of the evolutionary economics. But it also came from something that I did 40 years ago when I was a PhD student, which was to read a whole lot of stuff that was written by archaeologists who were trying to explain how you can understand what happens, you know, at a level where these people are all dead, right? But, you know, at the local level with great big, you know, geographical change, climate changes and other things going on, and how to create a middle space in which they could actually begin to formulate theories of how communities could have been created, right? So imagine you're going from, you dig up someone's household in ancient Rome, and then you have the Roman Empire. And then what's your problem in the middle if you don't have any written text, right? You've got to try and work out how do you do that. Now the archaeologists then started to use something, or they started with an idea which later got picked up by quite a number of French social theorists and turned into something called assemblage theory. And assemblage theory was a sort of Michel Calon type of stuff, so it was developed a little bit in economics there, but also Bruno Latour and all of these other guys. And here we're trying to work out how in human societies we bring things into a relation to bring about change. So for example, a good example of that would be, think about how the United Nations Environment Programme has a view about deforestation being the wrong thing to do in the current situation in life. So they have literally thousands of projects all over the world which deal with something called community forest management, right? And community forest management turns out to mean a whole load of actors have to get together and agree to be acting on a common set of purposeful problems, right? Everyone from the local community to Oxfam and, you know, the World Wildlife Fund and the local government and the national government and all the rest of it. And they have to agree to a set of ideas about what the outcomes will be, which is a series of measurements as well, right? And a series of payments very often, which are about relationships. So there's an exchange mechanism in there. But the creation of this forest community management structure, if you like, is one of these kinds of innovations in social innovation, which we use to try to drive change in things like development contexts. So my thinking was, it's really come from a lot of these different kinds of areas. So partly from the prosperity index work we've done, where we are using this notion of assemblage. So what is it that you need to assemble, and how will that be done? Who assembles it? Who decides what will be assembled? Who decides how is that going to be done in a contemporary society? And yes, the evolutionary economics, and yes, these funny guys in archaeology, and a whole lot of other funny people actually. But anyway, basically thinking through that problem of where does change occur through the management of relationships once you have a series of exchange structures within those relationships, particularly if you're paying. I mean, that's straightforwardly paying. Because in many contexts in the developing South, natural capital payments, for example, ecosystem services, not all of these kinds of systems of change actually work well. And part of it is because although you can understand how to pay people, you can't understand how to get them together into the kinds of relationships that will push change down a purposeful, co-agreed line of action. Does that make sense? I think you're on mute, but anyway, that doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was a long answer, but it was a very difficult question. I apologize.
A great answer. I'm just thinking about. So one of the things I do is I teach the PhD philosophy of social science sequence here in UL. I'm gonna bring some of this Latour stuff in because I know the literature you're talking about is absolutely fascinating. But the idea of who decides what the group looks like, that's a really, really power. That's a real power, actually. It's a real power because you're almost setting
governance issue. Yeah,
it's fascinating. Angus, I think you have you got your hand up?
Yeah.
And then Joe after Angus.
Okay, so thank you very much indeed, Henrietta. So first of all, I just want to pick up on the point that Pawel raised about this very interesting paradox of, allowing people to move creates more local homogeneity. In some ways, you say, well, that's sufficient because that's what people wanted to do. But you'll remember back in the older days when we were kids that we used to deliberately design local policy the other way. So we used to put council housing in amongst the most expensive housing to precisely go back the other way, to force people to mix. Yeah. It wasn't this way. Now you build walls around your houses and your estates. In the olden days, it was completely the other way around, which I find it odd that we've somehow convinced ourselves subtly, without any discussion, that this is the right way to do it instead of the old way to do it. It's not obvious at all how we got there.
No.
But you mentioned relationality, and I find this fascinating because it's not an economics term, obviously. So it's one that I all of a sudden think I'm out of my depth completely. And I would just ask if you could explore that a little bit more in a hierarchical sense as well, because while you can go right down to a very local community, like a couple of streets, you're also part of a bigger community. So you are part of a region, and you are ultimately part of a nation and part of a globe. So how do you, if you look at everything at a very local level, how do you not lose sight of the fact that there's these hierarchical linkages, which mean that you also have to have relationality to bigger groups?
Yes.
More, where one's nested in a bigger group. So how do you get that trade-off between, I mean, it sounds like an awful economics expression, between thinking about very local level relationality, but then not losing the sense of participating in a bigger group as well?
Yeah. Well, I think so let's take a notion like de-industrialization, because everybody is complaining about de-industrialization, and all the areas we looked at have had this experience in at least one of the case studies of significant de-industrialization. And one of the things that happens in de-industrialization is that this is a process that has actually been happening to the United Kingdom, interestingly, since really the 1970s and certainly the 1980s. And globally, the actual percentage of people employed in manufacturing has remained relatively constant over a really long period of time, in spite of the fact that all the governments of the world have been trying to get this figure to increase, in a sense. Yeah. So what's interesting about it is that when we look at the local level, we can see that de-industrialization, which is a massive global phenomenon, is key to understanding what's happened there. But we can also see that it isn't necessarily key to understanding how do those people get out of that problem. Because then you'd be saying to yourself, okay, what we need now then is a new industrial policy. So you go and develop a new industrial policy, and I've just actually finished reviewing not only the industrial policy of the UK, and something that I'm going to publish very soon, but all of the regional variants of the industrial policy, asking, do they have any chance, any single one of these industrial policies, in actually improving the quality of people's life locally? And I have to tell you that the answer is no. That's the awful part about it. So what that shows is that we need, whilst de-industrialization, yes, you are connected through that process, but the question is, where can you act? Now, of course, macroeconomic policy has to act at, let's say it acts, leave trade out of it for a moment. We're coming to trade later in the day, but it acts at the national level. But if you're talking about, what kinds of resources do people at the local level have, if they are just waiting and to be in receipt of something that trickles down, not only can this be a very long wait, but the current figures, I mean, I can't remember the exact figures now, but let me just say that roughly the industrial policies that are currently being planned for the United Kingdom would probably increase in some of these very poor areas we're talking about employment by 5%, right? Which is going to be nowhere near enough to do anything locally at all, right? So then you have to assume that some of the productivity knock-ons of having, I don't know, Tesla batteries or something going on in your local area will be sufficient to create other kinds of value creation chains. But the point is, nobody's bothered to work out relationally how those value chains would work from that policy, right? And how that connects to the things that people actually have. So people talk about the labor market in very broad terms, but they're not talking about how do you actually make the relations work at the local level. So that's what I'm after, in a sense, is the Miso level is the level at which you can take action. And if you're not thinking about that level from the macroeconomic point of view, then what chance do you have, except to have a theory, and it will only be a theory, that boom times will return and that there will be sufficient trickle down? And I don't think any of us really believe that. I mean, I'm not expecting it in my lifetime, let's put it like that. I mean, I am quite old, but I'm not that old. So that, I mean, you know, I have got a bit of life left in me. So I'm not expecting it to happen any day now, is what I'm saying, you know. So, I mean, I don't know if Andrew or Juan or George wants to come in on that sort of point, because I mean, Andrew's been, and all of them have been working on it really. Juan's been working on secure livelihoods. Do any of you want to come in, guys? I'm very quiet now, of course. I can see Andrew's on mute. I can't see what George is doing. George has come off.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, Henrietta, that was that is, I think, at the key of our analysis of what is going to be effective policy in terms of its actual impact on people's lives. And so I actually was listening to your explanation with fascination. I thought you put it really well. So I don't have anything to add.
Okay. What about George or Juan? George, Juan, were you?
Sorry, my camera is broken, so I don't have a camera, but I have a microphone.
Okay, good.
So one of the ideas we try to explore in the second work paper is that what Angus is describing as this nesting between individuals into communities, into regional places, into countries, through some sort of multi-level modeling with random slopes. And even though econometrically it's not the perfect way to address such issues, I think we're starting to build some sort of framework that we can rely on in terms of analyzing how these different nests affect the people at the community level, or at even more disaggregated level at the super local output areas. We're not there yet, I think, and both the other two working papers we have on rebuilding macro are going that way, but they're leaving an open avenue of how we can proceed with it. But I think one of the answers lies on how we could sort this out of models into to extract some sort of the variance that comes from different nesting levels.
Yeah. Juan?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my answer is much more vague and less precise than George's or Henrietta's ones. But one of the work that we try to do with the prosperity index, and we try to extrapolate and use for this research, is identify what is important to people at the community area level and guiding this value creation. Because in very simple terms, what is the purpose of building a factory or industry of some sort in an area that is deprived if people don't have training skills to get the job into that factory, into that area, or if you develop an economic program of services or industries in an area, where how that's going to affect the nearby areas. If there is no coordination, it's going to be unequal thing. So it's trying to see what's important to people and what is required for those macro decisions to work at the level of the local community area. It's not. I'm not giving a very specific answer, but what I'm trying to say is identifying that, starting from what the people think is important, and that's what we're trying to do with the citizen-led prosperity index work. Thank you.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Great. Thank you very much.
Really clear. Joe, do you have a question?
I'm aware of time, so I think maybe I should hold fire, because I think we're supposed to move on at 11. Is that right? To the next?
No, 11:15. So we have.
Oh, right. Okay. In that case, I will ask a question. Thank you. I wanted to ask about some of the data you presented, which was really interesting. And it looks to me as if you're working at LA local authority level, and you said that there didn't seem to be as much sort of variation between the local authorities as you expected. So I kind of two questions on that. the first question was, on your graphs, it looked as if there was some variation, but because the y-axis was not sort of truncated in any way, it looked as if they were kind of, all the lines were moving together. But actually within, if you kind of expanded those y-axes, I wondered if maybe there was more variation than it kind of looked at first. And the second question is, isn't the real problem here that most of the variation is within local authority level, and you really need to get down to LSOA or MSOA areas to really see that variation? So somewhere like Richmond has got everything from the top 1% down to very, very poor people. So if you treat the local authority as your unit, you're basically going to miss the interesting variation. So my question is, how does this relate to what you call the Meso level? Because I sort of understood that Meso level meant local authority, but maybe that was incorrect. Thank you.
That's a really good question. So no, what we did is we drilled down to the lower super output area, and what we discovered is that understanding the interrelations between different elements, for example, of the loop framework, was extremely complicated when you did get down to that level, because there were different kinds of interrelations working in different contexts. So the way that, in other words, if you broadly took something like human capital and social solidarity measured by something that you'd created in two contexts, they could be interacting in quite a different way, or the relation between them could be different. So we did go down to the lower super output level, and we saw massive variation, just as you're suggesting, and that is really difficult. It means that's where the variation is. Yeah. Now, when you come to the question of how do you understand what is the appropriate boundary to the meso level, now that's a really good question. So here, you can't even really assume that the lower super output area would be the appropriate bounded area, although that is the level at which we've done the ethnographic work with local communities in several countries in the world, including in the UK, when we've been asking them, what is prosperity for you, kind of thing. We've been at that level, right? But those areas, of course, are not themselves necessarily, in fact, very often not, what you would call communities. Or in other words, social relationships across those areas are not contiguous with the boundary, because the boundary is an administrative boundary. And there's arisen for all kinds of reasons. It's just a number, basically. And of course, human communities work at different levels and cross different things. But what we did decide to do was to take for the purposes of this work, the local authority level as the meso level. Yeah. So, and that means that you're assuming that, or the assumption I made and the team then worked with, was that what we were saying is that this would not be the same thing as knowing the boundaries of a human community. So for saying, for example, we are all Cornish or something like that, whatever it might be, right? But it would be saying we are a group of people who have lived together for a significant part of time, where the people who govern us have been treating us as a whole, right? So that, in other words, the policy at that local level, there's a certain kind of framing to it. So we're all under the same kind of umbrella, if you like. And that same kind of umbrella has had things like, healthcare, crime rates, toxicity levels, etc., 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 that we can actually take as covering that group of people. But they're not necessarily a community in any sense that we would use that word sociologically. Just as all fans of Manchester United Football Club are a community, but they're not any kind of community that we recognise, except unless we're
a very, very interesting point.
So it does raise that question, and that I think, Joe, is a really good question as to how we would then draw the boundary around the meso. And of course, these questions, coming as they do from the point of view of economics, is really, really important. And I think for a government, you would have to go with your administrative areas to a certain extent. But from a sociological point of view, it's been the great problem of all sociology is, who's in and who's out. That's the longest standing problem in social theory, right? Are you one of us or not? And it goes all the way through all the theory we have, and we don't really know the answer.
Perfect. I think that's a really fantastic way to finish this part of the part of the discussion. I think good practice with Zoom is that we typically just take a 5-minute break, walk around, have a glass of water or whatever. So it's 11:10 now. Should we come back at 15:15? So keep the Zoom thing going, but just everyone mute and turn off your microphone and all that. We'll start the next presentation in 5 minutes. Henrietta and colleagues, thank you so much. That was an absolutely fantastic talk. Thanks to everyone for your remarks. I've been keeping notes as we've gone. It's just fantastic, next level. So thank you so much for that. And we'll see everyone back in 5 minutes. Or so.
Thank you.
Got lots of time.
Right.
Thank you. Hey, folks. After that, absolutely fantastic presentation by Henrietta and colleagues. Can we have Pawel now? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Brilliant. I'm really looking forward to this this presentation. I've enjoyed watching the idea develop. I've seen you present a few times, and I've obviously read the working papers in great detail. I think the policy finding for this work about the influence of globalization on bargaining power is really, really fascinating, and I'm looking forward to hearing your work. So please take it away whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you so much for inviting me. And I will share the screen so we can see my slides. All right. Can you please confirm that you can see my slides?
Yes, indeed.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So my name is Pablo Bukovsky. I am from the Center for Economic Performance at LSE. And this is a joint work with Stephen Machin and David Salskis, also from LSE. And I'm going to present a project looking at the relationship between globalization and rent sharing. And by rent sharing, I mean a firm-level relationship between wages and profits, which you can think of as a broad measure of the balance of power on the labor market. And I would like to also acknowledge that the financial support from Miso Rebuilding Macroeconomics was absolutely crucial for this project, and we are very thankful for all your support. So let me now first move to the general motivation why looking at these two things can be relevant for us. So as you know, during the recent decades, we have witnessed a profound change in the distribution of income. We observe falling labor share, raising wage and income inequalities, and also stagnating real wages. And these negative trends have been recently connected with two other major trends. On the one hand, we have general changes in the balance of power between firms and workers on the labor market. And this is expressed in a growing monopolistic competition on the labor market, saying that firms have more and more power over the workers. On the other hand, we have also observed growing monopolistic power of the companies. And this, on the other hand, is simultaneously accompanied by declining power of workers to bargain their wages. And this is in the general context of the big institutional change, most notably erosion of trade unions. So this is one big major trend happening now. The other big trend is that we all know it's a progress in globalization. And this has affected income inequalities through three main channels. On the one hand, we have relocation of manufacturing jobs from developed to developing countries, which affects wages and employment in developed countries. We have a transfer of capital-intensive technologies, facilitating adoption of robots and automatization. So these two channels. And finally, we have a trade-induced changes in the relative price of capital versus labor, which changes the compositional mix between labor and capital in production, which also affects labor share and income inequalities. However, these two big trends, on the one hand, changes in the balance of power, on the other hand, globalization, have been analyzed in a kind of separate individual fashion. Now, the main question of this project is to what extent actually globalization can explain changes in the balance of power on the labor market. So to what extent globalization is responsible for the growing power of firms, and to what extent globalization is responsible for the declining power of workers. Now, although this sounds like an important question, the empirical evidence is quite limited and not very conclusive. And also what hasn't been really explored is how these different phases of globalization, so whether we're talking about trade, or maybe whether we are talking about development of global value chains, how do these things actually influence the balance of power on the labor market? And so the one big contribution of this project is the way how we measure the balance of power on the labor market. So to this end, we are using a concept of rent sharing, which is in most general term, a firm-level relationship between wages and some measure of economic rents, for instance, profits. Now, if you stop for a second and think about the perfect competition world, when the labor market is perfectly balanced, so none of the sides, either workers or firms, are kind of exploiting each other. In this world, there should be no relationship between wages and profits at the firm level. So even if the company is earning some profits on the product market, it should not affect wages because wages are given on the competitive labor market. So there should be no rent sharing. However, we do find a lot of evidence for a positive rent sharing. So there is indeed a firm level connection between profits and wages. And there are two explanations of that. So the classic explanation says that rent sharing captures the bargaining power of workers, so their ability to capture a portion of economic rents. But there's actually opposite interpretation of rent sharing, saying that this actually captures the power of firms in a form of monopsonistic competition. So basically, putting this thing short, monopsonist is facing an upward sloping labor supply curve. So when there's a positive demand shock on the product market, the company wants to expand employment. We observe growing profits, but to expand employment, the company must also increase wages. So that's why we see a co-movement of profits, wages, and employment. So in general, rent sharing is a situation when the labor market is not perfectly balanced. So one side has more power on the labor market than the other side. However, rent sharing itself cannot really tell us whether this is a power given to the workers or power given to the firms. So one contribution of this project is that we actually try to isolate these two sides of rent sharing. So we actually try to isolate to what extent rent sharing reflects the power of firms versus the power of workers. And then we're going to relate these measures with some measures of globalization. So in terms of methodology, what we are doing, we're going to estimate rent sharing. So again, this firm level relationship between profits and wages, using data from 9 European countries since 2000. We're going to use system GMM to get this causal relationship between profits and wages. And we're going to control for employment in a specific way in order to switch off this monopsonistic channel. So in order to isolate the worker power from this estimate of rent sharing. And having done that, we're going to next step, and most importantly, we're going to relate our measures of bargaining power of workers and power of firms with two phases of globalization. On the one hand, it will be about trade, so exporting or importing activities. On the other hand, we're going to look at the development of global value chains. So let me now give you some just very brief preview of the results. So we show that on average, European labor markets are not perfectly competitive. So we find evidence for a positive rent sharing. On the other hand, we also found that if we compare period before 2009 to the period after 2009, the rent sharing fell dramatically, indicating that actually labor markets are becoming more and more competitive in Europe. Now the question is, what is the drive of this decline? Is it because the power of workers is declining, or maybe this is because the power of firms is in decline? So we show that actually rent sharing mostly reflects the power of firms, and this decline after 2009 should be mostly attributed with the decline of bargaining power of workers, which is also in line with the recent literature on this topic. Now, so can we connect this with globalization? So the first result, what we found, is that if anything, global value chains are much more responsible for the changes on the balance of power on the labor market than the direct trade itself. And this makes sense if you think that actually GVC is something which changes the internal structure of production of the companies. And so probably it's much more likely to be responsible for these changes in the balance of power between workers and firms. Now, to be more specific, we found that outsourcing of production and to a lesser extent exporting reduce the power of firms and workers at the same time. So the markets are becoming much more competitive the more prevalent foreign GVCs are and the more exporting activity takes place. And the labor market are more competitive because both firms and workers at the same time are losing their labor market power. Interestingly, and this is somehow in contrast with the literature, we found that import penetration does not really influence this power on the labor market. So this is just a very broad overview of our findings. So let me now say a few words about the theory of rent sharing and how we connect this with globalization. Next, I'm going to show you our estimates of rent sharing in Europe, and next we're going to take those measures and relate them with our measures of globalization. Okay, so as I said, I'm just going to repeat myself here a bit. Rent sharing is a firm-level relationship between wages and some measure of economic rents, for instance, profits. Again, if we take perfect competition, so when the labor market are perfectly balanced, there should be no correlation between these two things because wages are given. Now, the classic interpretation of rent sharing was that it simply reflects workers' wage bargaining. So imagine a company which earns some economic rents on the product market, and then it divides this economic rents between the owner in the form of profits and the workers in the form of wage, which is above the market level. So implication of this model is that if rent sharing is purely wage bargaining, we should observe wages above productivity level. So workers are in some sense exploiting the firm. So they're capturing a portion of this economic rents. Now, important thing for us here, which will be which I will kind of highlight later, is that this model has no clear implication about employment. So there's not clear to what extent giving more bargaining power to workers would influence the level of employment. Now, the upcoming interpretation of rent sharing is that actually rent sharing may be something completely opposite, so that it actually reflects the power of firms, not of workers. So here the idea is based on a monopsonistic model of competition on the labor market. So again, monopsony is a situation where we have relatively few firms and we have relatively lot of workers. So basically, firms are no longer wage takers, they can influence wage. So suppose there's a positive demand shock on the product market, the company observes growing profits, so it then becomes optimal for the company to expand its size, but for that it must hire more workers. But because the company is facing upward sloping labor supply curve in this kind of market, to increase employment, the company must also increase wages. So what we observe is a growing co-movement of profits, wages, and employment. If the labor market is just about monopsony, we're going to observe wages which are below productivity. So workers are paid less than what they produce, so workers are being exploited. And we get rent sharing, again, because we observe this co-movement of wages, employment, and profits. And here, what I like to highlight here is that we get this quite clear prediction on the effect of employment in this model. In reality, of course, both interpretations can be true. So we can have a situation when workers have certain power to claim economic rents. At the same time, firms may be monopsonies. So we can actually have situations when both firms and both workers have certain labor market power available. Okay, so how do we connect this with the globalization? So here we should look separately at the effect of globalization on the power of firms on the one hand, and on the power of workers on the other hand. So when we think about the labor market power of firms, when we have more globalization, you may have more firms competing for workers, and so then the power of companies should decrease. So this should be a negative effect of globalization. On the other hand, when globalization means that the companies are developing global value chains, so basically they're starting supplying inputs not from the local suppliers, but let's say from foreign countries, this implies less agglomeration forces happening in the local area, which also may imply less inter-firm competition in the local labor market, in which case globalization may actually increase the power of firms on the labor market. So here the prediction is not entirely clear. Now, when it comes to the power of workers, here the situation is more clear-cut. So first of all, having global value chains is again breaking this connection between the company and the local labor market may relatively lower workers' local outside option. So we may have an area which is relatively poor, relatively malaise labor market, and we can have this very one profitable company which earns a lot of profits. But the workers around will still have very low wages, and so the workers in that profitable company will have relatively low local outside option, which will decrease their bargaining power. Now, globalization may also mean relocation of workers to other sectors. So as I said, if we, let's say, move manufacturing jobs from US to China, we have to do something with those workers who left in the US. We can simply fire them, or we can also move them to another sectors. And when we are moving them to sectors which are less unionized, this may also aggregate lead to a lower bargaining power. Then there's also argument that by the threat of offshoring itself may also break, let's say, the unions, which are going to also decrease the power of workers. And finally, more globalization means usually more competition on the product market, which is going to decrease this rent which is available to share between workers and firms. So the pie will going to shrink. And so also, if the pie is smaller, also workers may have less incentives to invest in their bargaining power. And this is the argument by Blanchard and Gavazzi from the paper 2003. So when it comes to the workers, in general, we should expect that globalization will decrease the bargaining power of workers. Now, when it comes to empirical evidence, we have basically a handful of papers looking at this question, and the results are not very conclusive. Some papers show no effect. Some papers show negative effect on the power of workers, which is consistent with with this theory. There's some study showing the negative effect on the power of firms. So this actually means that globalization may foster inter-firm competition for workers. And finally, there's a paper which actually shows something completely different. So there's a positive effect on it too. So we're still in a territory where we don't really know what's happening. Also, in addition, people have not really explored this kind of distinction between import versus export and the globalization, and the development of global value chains, which I think is crucial when we think about this balance on the labor market, because essentially importing and exporting is something completely different from basically outsourcing all the inputs of production. So let me now first show you how we estimate rent sharing and what are the implications of our estimates about the labor market in Europe. And then I'm going to move to question of globalization. So again, rent sharing is a firm level relationship between profits and wages. So to estimate this, we are using firm level data from the historical files of Bureau van Dijk's Orbis. So Orbis is a commercial product developed by Bureau van Dijk. It's basically a big bag to which the Bureau van Dijk throw a lot of data about firms. And so in general, the Orbis sample is not random. But as we argue in the paper, it is fairly representative for the selected countries. And to make sure that we get this representativeness, we follow certain data cleaning routines. We only look at manufacturing companies from 9 European countries: Belgium, Germany, Denmark, Spain, Finland, France, UK, Italy, and Sweden. We look at the period from 2000 until 2016. For this period, we have relatively balanced data. and we only look at companies with employment above 20. So after having these steps, after limiting the sample in a given way, we actually get data which is fairly representative, and we show in the paper actually comparison with other data sources that we actually get pretty nice numbers. Now, the one thing to remember is that numbers, let's say when I talk about firm profits or firm wages, it refers to global operation of companies, not the local ones. So let's say when I talk about Tesco, profits of Tesco, I mean the profits of the entire global operation of Tesco, not just the UK operation. And just to show you some basic descriptives, so we have more than 1 million year by country, you have more than year by establishment observations in the entire sample, which is nicely balanced between these two periods, between the period before 2009 and after 2009. So we have roughly 500,000 observations in each of this period. Now, if you look at some very basic stats here, so the average wage in the entire period on the European labor market was $64,000, $2015. And there was a little increase in average wage from 62 to 66,000. So we see some kind of progression here. When it comes to profits, on average, profits per employee were around 12,000, and it also rose from 11.5 to 12.5. Also, the average company in our sample has 261 employees, and also we observe somehow growing trend with this respect. But also surprisingly, although we see that those numbers are higher in the period after 2009, they're not significantly higher, saying that actually this period wasn't a particularly it wasn't necessarily a period of strong growth in Europe. Okay, so how do we estimate rent sharing? Again, this is a firm level correlation between wages and profits. So here we follow the literature, and we simply regressed wages for company I from some industry J, country C at time T. We regressed it on the previous realization of those wages to capture the fact that wage contracts are not renegotiated every year, but sometimes they span more than one period. Then we have our measures of profits per employee at the firm level. And so this is our variable of interest. And we're going to construct rent sharing elasticity based on those betas, so the effects of profits on wages. Next, we control for so-called the outside forces. So we're trying to control the workers surrounding labor market. And we're doing this through the average industry wages. We're also going to do it through basically a set of country by year or country by year industry fixed effects. In addition, we try to control for the mix of employment in the company by using a proxy, which is the fixed assets per employee. And then we also want to control for employment, and this will be a very important thing in a second, and I'm going to come back to this in the next slide. And of course, we have firm fixed effects, and of course, firm level connection between wages and profits may not necessarily be a result of rent sharing. It could be because of other reasons. Could be because of simply some endogeneity problems. So here what we are doing, we are using system GMM. So we are taking the first difference, then we're using lag levels as the instrument for differences to get this kind of causal estimates. Of course, this is not a golden standard, we know that, but it's actually not entirely clear how you can get something better. We are working on right now on using patents as an instrument for profits to kind of maybe get closer to this golden standard of causal inference. Okay, so now I think this is pretty important here. So again, what we're going to get from this betas is kind of like a general estimates of rent sharing. And again, this doesn't tell us whether we are talking about the bargaining power of workers or perhaps about the monopolistic power of firms. So now how can we possibly distinguish these two things? So recall that when I talk about monopsony channel, as I said that when the company is facing a positive demand shock, the company will have more profits. It will want to increase employment, but to do so, it must also raise wages. So we're going to observe a co-movement of profits, employment, and wages at the same time. So the idea here, if we simply control for employment in that previous regression, and control for contemporaneous employment, we should then get null rent sharing if monopsony is the only channel driving the rent sharing. Right? So if we control for employment, we're going to effectively switch off the monopsonistic channel here. So we're going to only end up with the bargaining power of workers. Now, of course, employment is still relevant because it may affect profits and wages for other reasons. So our idea here is to kind of still have this in this Bayesian regression, but start with the lagged levels. So I'm gonna show you two models. So the first one, where I'm simply regress wages on profits, and then I'm control for employment starting from the lagged 1 until the lagged 3. And this is gonna give us rent sharing, which is a mix of the firm power and the worker power. Okay? Now the second model, I'm gonna include in addition contemporaneous level of employment, which I'm claiming we're gonna switch off the monopsonistic channel, so you're gonna switch off the firm side, so rent sharing will only reflect the worker power. Right? So this is basically the idea how I'm trying to disentangle these two interpretations of rent sharing. So let me now show you the results. So here I'm pulling data from all the countries, all the firms, all the time periods together, just to get one number. In the first two columns, I'm looking at this rent sharing estimates, which captures both firm and worker power. Here I'm on the column 3 and 4, I'm looking at the rent sharing, which only captures the worker side. So what we found is that in general, 1% increase in profits is around 0.05% increase in wages. Now you may think that this is a relatively small number, but you must remember that profits can be extremely volatile. So even such a small elasticity can actually have a quite big effect on the wage gap on the labor market. So again, this number may mean that either labor markets are not competitive because of the power of workers, or maybe because of the power of firms. So here in the column 3 and 4, we're trying to switch off the firm side. And what we get is that elasticity falls to around 0.039, which actually means that around 2/3 of this rent sharing elasticity is due to the worker effect, and just 1/3 is due to the firm effect. And then you can do it also country by country. On the horizontal axis, we have those estimates of rent sharing, which is the firms and workers. On the vertical axis, we switch off the monopsonistic channel, so we have rent sharing only reflecting the worker side. And we get this nice finding that for each and every country, worker side corresponds to around 73% of the rent sharing elasticity. So around 2/3 of the rent sharing should be due to worker effects, 1/3 due to firm effect. Now let's look at the time variation. So here we are looking at two periods before 2008, after 2008. And again, here this is firm plus workers. These are workers. So when we look at rent sharing in general, we see this fall from 0.09 to 0.04. So quite substantial reduction in rent sharing, meaning that labor market became more competitive through time. Now, is it because the firms lost their power, or maybe the workers lost their power? That's why we look at the next two columns here. And what we see here is that, of course, the level of rent sharing dropped, but also we observe this fall from 0.057 to 0.03.5. And so in general, it looks like actually the fall in the bargaining power of workers is mostly responsible for the general fall of the rent sharing elasticities. So in other words, the labor market in Europe became more competitive because workers lost their bargaining power. And that's the main drive for this. So let me now move to globalization. So now what we're going to do is we're going to relate these two measures of rent sharing, two models, with two measures of globalization. So I'm going to show you estimates of rent sharing elasticities conditional on the industry level measures of either export-import penetration or the prevalence of the global value chains. Now, when it comes to export-import penetration, we define it as the value of exported or imported goods divided by the value of produced goods in a certain industry. Data comes from OECD Stan. For global value chains, I'm going to look at the share of foreign inputs in the total value of goods and services in a given country industry year. So here we basically, with global value chains, we're capturing the fact that some industries may simply no longer produce things by themselves, but they may simply outsource inputs, in-source inputs from, let's say, China or from some other countries. And here the data comes from the world input-output tables. So let me now show you the first result. And I'm going to here first explain what I'm showing you. So here on the horizontal axis, we have percentiles of the export share of output. So this is basically a measure of export intensity. So here, all the firms in all the industries here have relatively, they're not very export oriented. So the export has relatively low share in their production. Here on the right-hand side, we have industries which are basically very, very much export oriented. Now on the vertical axis, here, we have our rent sharing elasticities. And the solid line corresponds to the model which captures rent sharing, which is a mixture of worker and firm power. The dashed line controls for contemporaneous level of employment. So here rent sharing is only capturing the worker power, right? So we have these two measures of rent sharing. So in general, what we found here is that the more export intensity, the higher export intensity is related with the more competitive labor markets, right? Because here, sorry for this drawing, because here we observe that the rent sharing elasticity is falling down, the general one. Now, if we isolate the worker effect, we also observe that this line is falling down. So it's not just that the overall labor market is more competitive with more export-oriented industries, but also workers have less power. How about firms? So here the power of firms is captured by the difference between those two lines. So for industries with low export intensity, the gap is pretty high, indicating that firms have certain market power. For industries with high export intensity, this gap is very small, saying that here the market power of firms is much lower, right? So overall, export penetration leads to more competitive labor markets. And this is because we observe, first of all, smaller bargaining power of workers and the smaller monopolistic power of firms. Now, when we look at import penetration, here we got a surprising result that actually there's no much relationship between import penetration and rent sharing. So basically, companies with operating industries with without much import competition have almost the same rent sharing as the companies with high import competition. So you can see there's a little bit of decline here, but this effect is super small. So, and then we go to probably the most interesting part here. When you look at the effect of the global value chains. So here on the horizontal axis, we have the percentile of the share of foreign inputs in value added. So industries here source all their inputs mostly from themselves, so they produce things by themselves, or from the local suppliers. Industries here, of the high percentiles, are the industries which basically source almost all the inputs from foreign suppliers. And again, we have this, the solid line is for the rent sharing, which captures firm and worker power. Here, the dashed line is the rent sharing, which only captures the worker side. And what do we see here? We see very similar picture to the export penetration. The more inputs we source from the foreign suppliers, the more competitive the labor market is. That's the one finding. Second finding, the more inputs we source from the foreign suppliers, the lesser the bargaining power of workers is. That's the second finding. And the third, we also observe that the market power of firms is declining because this gap is getting narrower and narrower, indicating that also the market power of firms is in decline. In fact, if we look at the industries with basically, which are at the top of this of the foreign global value chains hierarchy, so they source almost all the inputs from the foreign suppliers, we almost observe no rent sharing. So basically, the labor markets are perfectly competitive. Now, the other thing you may notice is if you look at the scale. So if you look at export penetration, I'm sorry. So here the effect of export penetration goes from, reduces, the rent sharing is from more than 0.06 to basically 0.03. So the effect is significant. However, it's much smaller than in the case of global value chains, where the effect reduces from 0.08, sorry again, 0.08 to basically 0, right? So overall, you can see that global value chains have much bigger impact on the competitiveness of labor markets than the direct trade. So let me conclude here. So we find evidence for positive rent sharing. However, we observe a strong decline in rent sharing before 2008 compared to the current period. It should be mostly attributed to the decline of workers' bargaining power. And we found that globalization may play an important role here. So first of all, GVCs make labor markets more competitive. And we see that both export penetration and outsourcing production abroad reduces the power of firms and workers at the same time. So it looks like actually the effect is kind of balanced here. Now, when it comes to import penetration, we found this interesting result that doesn't really matter for the balance of power on the labor market. So that's all. Thank you so much. So maybe I'll just now try to come back to the discussion.
Great stuff. I find it absolutely fascinating that your work, while very technical and clearly standing on its own 2 feet methodologically from a statistical perspective, it finds its way very naturally into discussions about power. And I'm really struck by the conclusion, as I said at the very start, about the influence of globalization on different types of firm, like particularly with the Orbis data. I'm quite familiar with Orbis data now from a paper I just finished, and I'm very struck by the difference in, if you like, firm size or firm scale, and its influence on rent sharing, and then that influence on power. If you were advising a minister for business in a country that was on the receding end of some of the worst effects of globalization, what would you advise them to do based on the findings?
So as I said, I think what this shows is that global value chains, what happens around the introduction of global value chains, is of crucial importance for this development. So if we really care about the power of workers, and we do care about this, and we also to some extent care about monopolistic labor markets. So we got these findings that if you just if you allow companies to build the global value chains freely, you're going to kind of sacrifice both things at the same time. So we're going to observe falling bargaining power of workers. At the same time, we're going to observe the falling labor market power of firms, which, again, puts labor market into competitive equilibrium, which is fine, but then you can still want to support workers more. So if you say, okay, actually, I want to have workers to have more power, then what perhaps the idea would be, let's just allow companies to build a global value chains, but also let's try to build strong unions which are going to operate in those companies. And in this case, we're going to have a situation when firms are going to lose their monopolistic power, but at the same time, workers may actually maintain their bargaining power, which may then, break this decades of wage stagnation and growing wage inequalities. So that probably would be, I would say, main policy advice from this project.
Fantastic. It is really interesting. We're watching I think the resurgence of the union movement. If you think about COVID, if you think about the gig economy, the fact that we're all basically in our bedrooms, totally atomized as workers. I really think there's an opportunity for sort of a resurgence of the union movement, and maybe in a different format. Can I go to Yannis for the first question, and then obviously Claudius for the second, please?
Thank you, Stephen, and thanks a lot for the presentation. I have two questions, comments, are a bit broad. The first one is about the effects of financialization on the wage share. I mean, there has been a lot of literature about that. And one of the arguments that has been used in order to say that there's probably a link between financialization and wages is that through financialization, the power of shareholders has increased. There's a higher demand for dividends. And one way through which dividends can increase is, for instance, to reduce wages. And there has been a empirical literature on that. So I was just wondering if you have thought at all about that as a kind of, next step, or if you tried to incorporate some aspects in your empirical analysis, or if you have any plans about that. Because I think it's an important channel, especially over the last 2 or 3 decades. And my second comment is about the macroeconomic implications of your analysis. I mean, what would be the implications of what you got in your results about how we understand macroeconomic models, for instance, and how we understand the drivers of growth? For example, if you look at the post-Keynesian macro literature, there has been a lot of discussion about the effects of having lower bargaining power and what this means for exports, what this means for domestic consumption, and at the end of the day, what this means for the stability of the economies. So, for instance, we always have this argument that if under globalization wages are lower, it might be necessary to have a higher provision of debt in order to compensate for lower domestic consumption. This is one interpretation. I was just wondering about your own interpretation of the results in terms of how we conceptualize macroeconomic channels. What would be the key message of your analysis? Thank you.
Thank you. These are very nice comments. Yeah, I mean, financialization is an interesting dimension. I haven't looked at any measures of financialization which could be related to rent sharing. This is something I may look at in the future. So in a kind of ongoing project to this one, we're actually trying to look at more broadly at like what kind of institutions promote positive rent sharing or bargaining power of workers, what is about unions, where the bargaining takes place, what is about employment protection laws and so on. And here financialization could be another factor. I'm not sure though, I mean, like the one kind of practical problem I see, like how would I include this into my setup, is because I essentially exploit this across industry variation to isolate the effect, let's say, of globalization on the rent sharing. Now, I'm not sure to what extent financialization operates at the industry level. So we may end up having, let's say, measure of financialization operating at the country level, in which case I think those findings may be, I would say, harder to, well, there'll be, I would simply may have less variation from, this measures of financialization than from, let's say, globalization. But that's just a practical problem. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, I absolutely agree with you that this is something also which is fascinating to me. And, one of the stories by rent sharing, so I have another project with Steve Machin and Brian Bell looking at the overall evolution of rent sharing. And we showed that it has strongly declined since the 1980s in the UK, and not only in the UK, also in the US. And I think one interesting hypothesis is exactly what you said, that just there was this complete change in how companies operate in the 1980s, mostly to some extent driven by the private equity funds who suddenly took over the companies and were started looking at this very short-term profits instead of this long-run kind of development goals. And this is one of the hypotheses which often been brought in explaining this change in the modus operandi of corporations. And I think this is something very fascinating to me. Now, when it comes to macro implications, so I'm not a macroeconomist. I'm not sure I have like big intuition, understanding what are the macro models saying about these things, and what has been done, to be honest, in macroeconomics. well, the one thing which just came to my mind when you were asking me is basically, I think our model to some extent tests the implications of Blanchard-Giavazzi's paper from 2003, which I consider as a macro model. I'm not sure whether this would how it would be interpreted by you guys. And so basically, when it's actually looking at this relationship, what happens if we, let's say, so the model has theoretical implication. What happens when you, let's say, decrease the rent on the product market? What's the implication for that for the bargaining power of workers? And I think this paper to some extent may be testing this hypothesis, because we showed that if you believe that globalization is reducing the rent on the product market side, so because you're competing with more people, more companies abroad, and at the same time you observe falling rent sharing, that may be because workers no longer find it profitable to invest in their bargaining power, because this pie which is used to share between workers and firms is just shrinking. So that would be one kind of, I would say, broad implication for macro for this product. We can maybe just test some Blanchard models from the past, which we haven't done so far. But then again, I'm not a macro guy, so it's hard for me to kind of, let's say, move this result and put it into some kind of whatever bigger framework or some more like heritage tradition. So maybe you can tell me what do you think is the implication of that?
Yannis, would you like to respond very, very briefly?
I mean, it really depends on how exactly we conceptualize the economy. I mean, if we take a New Keynesian model, we can do what you said more or less. But I think, especially after the global financial crisis, we are thinking a bit more broadly. So as I said before, if we think about the effects of the wage share on the economy, I can think of the impact that this has for consumption, investment, and exports. And then you have a macro model whereby you try to understand how these components of GDP are affected by this. And on the one hand, you might have that the effects are not negative. If you have, for instance, an open economy whereby exports are very important and is a significant driver of growth, but you might have that in other cases that consumption goes down a lot from that, and this creates more pressure for a reliance on the financial system. And I think there is a lot of literature on that from a macroeconomic perspective and macroeconomic models. So from my perspective, what you have got in your results can be useful for these types of models. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's very useful. I will.
Very good. Claudius.
Yeah, thank you very much. You already answered my first question, because I wanted to know what I, as a macroeconomic modeler, have to include into my models based on your research. Thanks for that. The second question I have, I'm not sure whether you can answer it based on the data you have, but I would suppose that the effects on workers are pretty heterogeneous. So I would suppose that different groups of workers have different levels of bargaining power, and depending on their job, they are also differently affected by globalization. My question is, would that be relevant from your point of view? And if yes, is it something that you can actually study based on your data, or is it something that for which data exists at all to study it?
Yeah, this is a great question. So just to answer your first point, so I'm not able to. So it would. So let's say, so one story what you can kind of if you would like to kind of challenge my results, you could say, well, maybe it's let's say the fall of rent sharing. It's not really about the workers losing the bargaining power. Maybe it's about companies kind of changing their workers. So suddenly they just single company gets rid of like workers with the high bargaining power and just hires workers with the lower bargaining power, which some sense I think it's kind of, if this is actually happening, that would still imply that workers have less bargaining power because simply compositional effects. But so one answer to that would be that we actually put firm fixed effects into regression. So we actually take into account that firms may have different workers. So like if you compare different firms, and of course you may have different firms in 2000 and different firms today, by including firm fixed effects, you kind of take into consideration that these firms may have different workforce. Now it doesn't it doesn't take into consideration the fact that a single firm may change its workers through time. So that's something which we don't capture. And I'm going to move to your second question, because ideally, of course, we would like to have some kind of match employer data where we observe both companies and workers. And then so we actually can perfectly control for the worker composition. So that's one argument. The other thing, we can then explore this heterogeneity to say, okay, so does rent sharing depend on your age, experience, your occupation, education, etc., and gender? Now, we cannot do that with this data because we don't know the workers. Now, there's a data in like ASHI or NES from UK Data Service, which allows that to do that. The problem is that the data is quite limited in time. And so that's always a trade-off between that. So in general, I think the only country in Europe which would allow to have this kind of long-run analysis of rent sharing and to have workers at the same time is France with the ADS post the French admin data. But now, unfortunately, because of Brexit, the UK researchers lost access to this data. So maybe if I change my affiliation, I would be able to explore that. But that's the situation now. So yeah, in short, I think this will be also the future of this kind of research. I think this firm level studies are useful because they allow us to look at the long run of these changes because we have the data. But next step is just me to move to the worker level and see what's happening inside the companies, and this is something which will try to work on, but it's still the future.
Very good. A little bit conscious of time. Angus, do you want to round us out?
Sure. So, Pawel, thank you very much indeed. I thought that, what's so nice about this is it's kind of consistent with what one would crudely expect from Stolper-Samuelson type trade models. So it kind of plays into immediate economist intuition. I do think that Yannis's point about financialization would be very interesting. And I was just thinking about what you could do at a firm level. I think you could do it, changes in leverage ratios by industries, because not all firms, not all sectors have the same sort of assets that you can collateralize to get loans on, for example, right? It all depends about your assets, really. So I think there could be something to there. I had one sort of simple question, which is, in your regressions, did you control, were there sort of country fixed effects? Because, legal frameworks matter for rent sharing as well. So, some countries you can do it, some countries you can just sack a worker and get a bit of capital, other countries you can't. And I'm reminded of, thinking about what I said at the beginning about social macroeconomics, Robert Solow's great book, The Labor Market as a Social Institution. I mean, we kind of say perfect competition or competitive. What does that mean? I mean, they're social institutions. That's why we have labor protection. Whereas the implicit assumption of competition is, perfect competition has a very positive connotation. But if you believe in some sort of health and safety, then it's not perfectly competitive, but that's not a bad thing. And finally, this idea, we used to have this congruence between economics, social, and political, where they're all basically interrelated. But if we start saying global value change, which is really a technologically driven invention, has started to break that, because actually the domestic power base has now been changed because of international factors. That congruence is broken, which could be why we're seeing some of these issues that we are around the world. So there's some comments there, but there was a question. I guess the question was about national differences and legal protection.
So we do control for country by year fixed effects. So we not only take consideration the fact that countries may have different level of regulation, but also that may change through time. Right. And also in some specification, we also have actually country by year by industry fixed effects. So which captures the fact that some actually industries within countries within a certain time period may have their own regulation. Let's say minimum wage in Germany before 2013, I think. So we take this into account. It doesn't have much effect, to be honest. But there is actually, and this is one of the graphs I was showing before with this country, there is actually substantial heterogeneity across countries in the level of rent sharing. This is something I'm exploring, this kind of parallel project of mine, trying to understand why, let's say, rent sharing is higher in Italy than in Belgium, and whether we can connect this with certain organization of the wage coordination. Now, when it comes to this perfect competition stuff, I'm still kind of struggling to understand. So I think there's probably some sort of, like, people, I think, often mix free market with perfect competition, and then I think this thing shouldn't be mixed together. Like I think about say health and safety regulations, or the lack of them as an expression of the free market, but free market doesn't necessarily imply perfect competition. Quite the opposite. And if we just read even Marx or like Philippon, I think the implication of the free market is that we don't have competition. So in some sense, like to me, I would say kind of why I'm pro, like just like now talking personally in some sense, like well, I think there's a great advantage of having perfect competition. So having a situation where just firms cannot exploit workers, I don't think this is necessarily an outcome of free market. We can have, if you think about free market, let's say Amazon or Facebook, we don't have perfect competition with those companies, right? Because they are just dominating both product market and labor market. So, but then again, that's more like philosophical question discussion on like.
Fantastic. We have time for maybe one more question, if anyone has any. Joe?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Watching the results, I'm kind of struck by how close they seem to the kinds of things that were predicted by, I'm thinking of Koletsky and subsequently Joseph Steindl, who is a kind of forgotten author, but really wrote a lot about the effects of increasing concentration, monopolization, the distributional effects, and the macro effects. So listening to your presentation, I find myself, although the language and the sort of underlying theory is kind of different, I see very clear parallels, and I wonder if have you thought about these or explored these kind of parallels? Because it seems like it really goes back to Marx, really, this idea of you know, the rate of exploitation is affected by market share. It would be kind of like a very crude summary of what looks like your findings. Have you kind of explored these connections at all?
So I think the main motivation behind this project is somehow Koleckian in this period. That like basically what we are talking about when we think about balance of the power on the labor market is basically trying to talk about capital share and labor share. And I think Koletsky was the first person to, maybe not the first person, but at least in my kind of universe, a first scholar to actually point out that they don't have to be necessarily constant. And so in a situation where there's no much competition on the labor market, you can see, let's say, profit share, capital share growing and consuming the labor share, right? So that's kind of, in a way, and that's how I started this presentation, saying that, you know, we observe falling labor share. And one big hypothesis is simply that the workers are losing their bargaining power. So with this respect, I think it's kind of almost directly related to Koletsky's work, especially his like 1938 Econometrica paper, which shows that those labor shares don't have to be, or profit shares don't have to be constant as Caldor assumed. And also, I think it's somehow related to Marx as well. Like, I mean, my feeling. So I'm not so knowledgeable about the Marxist vision of economy, but my feeling is that by looking at, say, at his model of circulation of capital in economy, I think he implicitly assumed some kind of monopolistic labor market, because he assumed that this the production of the surplus in economy. So basically, companies. Can pay simply this like bare minimum wage to the workers, and then they can capture the entire surplus of production to themselves. And I think this is basically an assumption of monopolistic market, where actually monopolists can do that, so they can pay workers below their productivity. And but again, I'm not specialized in Marx, so maybe I'm saying something stupid now. But that's my feeling. What Marx actually assumed, and that's interesting that. It was probably the case in the 19th century when Marx wrote his theory, but that probably is also becoming more relevant today, where we actually see this stuff happening as well. So maybe it wasn't necessarily so relevant in the 60s, 70s, when probably labor markets were much more competitive, my feeling. So yeah, I think there's of course direct connection with these things, and these are the kind of somehow the grandfathers somewhere back looking at this research from the top.
Very good. I am particularly pleased with this project, how it's evolved, and the correlation between what you set out to do and what you did. Not all projects that RM have funded, started and basically did what they said they were going to do. That's not how research works. I was very impressed with that, and thank you so much for presenting your work. I see the connections between the various projects much more clearly, and I think it's been a very, very interesting morning. Angus, do you want to close us out with any concluding thoughts, and then we can finish up and grab a bit of lunch and come back at 1:15, I believe.
I just want to echo your words, Stephen. I think it has been a very thought-provoking morning, and I'd like to congratulate all the researchers and presenters for very clear presentations as well, which has made it a lot easier to digest. And it's actually great to see them all together. From my perspective, once we have a feel for where this roadmap is going, it's very much easier to see how these bits fit into it. So that's a big help for me. So thank you to all of the presenters so far, and I look forward to seeing the other three this afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much, folks, and we will have a chat in an hour or so. Thanks a million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think we have the Supercycle project, Daniela, Joe, Yannis. If you're ready to go, why don't we kick off?
Yes, I will ask Yannis to share his screen. If you hi everybody, I will ask Yannis to share his screen if he can, just so I can tell him his slides.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's good.
Great.
So I will start us off on what we've been doing in the project, and then Yannis and Joe will take over. We've decided to share the speaking. So for most of you, probably you've heard this before, but just as a quick reminder, we've been thinking about this project and the framing around it. Next slide, Yannis. From a very, to my mind, a quite interesting problematic, if you want, which is that when the three of us have been contributing to or reading literature on international political economy, on varieties of capitalism, on institutional economics, and on financialization, quite broadly defined, we noticed that there are phenomena that are analyzed in that literature that have to do with structural changes in either the way in which production is organized or the way in which financial systems operate, and institutional changes separately. But these two processes, or these types of changes together, there is very little analysis that integrates these questions of whether institutional change somehow should be understood and analyzed in relationship to macro-financial change. So that's our starting point, is how do we think through, or how do we develop a theoretical framework, and what is the usefulness of this theoretical framework that integrates this sort of empirical processes into a persuasive and coherent theoretical lens. And we set out to develop this theoretical lens, next slide please, by drawing on or trying to integrate several types of literatures, mostly the work of Hyman Minsky, a part of Hyman Minsky that is not regularly known or so well known as most of his other work, and that is the contributions he's made on institutional supercycles. And we started to read and think about Minsky's ideas about institutional supercycles, which are long-run cycles over which there is a pretty stable institutional framework. And when we think about institutional framework or institutional architecture, we think about the combination, I will tell you more in a second, of policies and instruments through which capitalism is stabilized one way or another. So we started from Minsky's institutional supercycle framework, working together or drawing on some other literatures including the regulation school, the business cycle and financial cycle school. And we set out to sort of upgrade Minsky's institutional supercycle framework with a more systematic analysis of the way in which these institutional supercycles work and evolve over time. Next slide, Yannis. And just the basic foundations that we take from Minsky is that we should think of institutional supercycles in terms of what he calls thwarting mechanisms, which are customs, institutions, and policy interventions that reduce the amplitude of business cycles and later of financial cycles, and contain the kind of endogenous instability that Minsky analysis in general looks at. And we identify, or we specify, two types of thwarting mechanisms: floor mechanisms, which put a sort of, as it is in the name, which put a floor on the level of economic activity, and ceiling mechanisms, which stop particular types of economic activity from blowing up the economic system. And these are important because the combination of floor and ceiling mechanisms will tell us the extent to which the amplitude of the cycle is minimized or not. Next slide, please. And the very important insight from Minsky, which we use in order to develop further the supercycle framework, is to bear in mind that no type of floor or ceiling mechanism is successful eternally or permanently, because this is capitalism, and because attempts, particularly from the state, to constrain economic and financial activity will eventually be eroded. And we specify private innovation by economic agents that allows the circumvention or reduces the effectiveness of these thwarting mechanisms. But we also think about long-run instability. And here I think that's an important lens, because it allows us to talk a little bit more about the ways in which the supercycle framework is useful to think through how does the climate crisis challenge the institutions of capitalism. Next slide, Yannis. So with this very broad, Yannis will tell you quite a lot more about the ways in which we developed the Minsky institutional supercycle framework. But with these broad insights, we then set out to develop three specific contributions. The first paper that is already a working paper on the Rebuilding Macro website sort of flashes out the theoretical framework or how we upgrade Minsky supercycle framework. We do a bit more of empirical work, and we develop an index for sort of capturing the effectiveness of thwarting mechanisms, and we identify, and this is where we're taking Minsky further, we are identifying in a systematic way two supercycles: the industrial capitalism supercycle that goes up to the mid-1970s roughly, and then the financial globalization supercycle that goes toward up to 2008 global financial crisis, and arguably we still live in some version of it. Then the second paper, which we are still working on, and in part this reflects the fact that this is a sort of there are moving goalposts in the sense that there is a lot of policy debate going on. The second paper allows us to think through, if we are living towards the end of the financial globalization supercycle, what does the new supercycle look like? Because our theory is that for a new supercycle to emerge, we need a new configuration of thwarting mechanisms that somehow return some stability to capitalism. And we want to think through whether it is possible to have a green supercycle now, which is a supercycle where we reorient the institutions that are concerned with stabilizing capitalism towards achieving, one way or another, a low carbon transition. We also have a third paper, and Joe will tell you a lot more about this. This is under review with a journal, where we're looking at what could arguably be some of the more interesting insights of the financial globalization supercycle in terms of the plumbing of the global dollar financial cycle. And we're looking at the rise and systemic importance of the FX swap market. And I'll stop here and ask Yannis to continue.
Thank you, Daniela. So I'm going to say a couple of more things about our supercycles framework and how we try to quantify some aspects of this framework. So, as Daniela said, the supercycle is a kind of long-run cycle which captures institutional structures in capitalism. And the whole idea is that this supercycle captures the rise of specific thwarting mechanisms and the decline of these mechanisms. And the innovation that we have here is that we have tried to make clear how cyclicality can be generated within the supercycle framework. So we have made a distinction between 4 different phases. We have first the period whereby thwarting mechanisms are increasingly effective. They achieve stability in terms of the economic system, and they also achieve high levels of economic growth. We call this phase expansion. But as Daniela said before, when we have the thwarting mechanisms are established, initially they can be effective, but as time passes, they are eroded. So we have, after the expansion period, the maturity period, whereby the thwarting mechanisms have been eroded, and this takes some time. So once we have that the erosion starts to become significant, the effectiveness of thwarting mechanisms starts declining, and this is when we have the maturity period. And at the end of the day, the maturity period will lead to a crisis, and the crisis will happen once the thwarting mechanisms are not in a position to stabilize the system, and this is when we have big recessions. And after the crisis period, it becomes clear that without a new institutional structure, we cannot have the stabilization of capitalism. And this is when we have what we call the Genesis period, whereby the pace of institutional change is very high. We have a lot of initiatives, and crucially, we have a lot of political struggles. And this figure summarizes what is happening in our framework. So we start with the expansion period, whereby the stability is high in terms of how the macroeconomic and financial system work. Then we have the gradual erosion of the thwarting mechanisms. This corresponds to the maturity period. After that, we have the crisis. And finally, we have the genesis. Now, what is crucial is that the genesis does not necessarily lead to a new expansionary period. It doesn't necessarily lead to a new supercycle. And there is also a lot of uncertainty about the time that might take until we have probably a new supercycle. So the genesis period is extremely crucial, because this is when we have most of the institutional changes, but we don't know if these changes will be successful. And I'll explain later why this is important, especially if we think about the current genesis period. Now, before I proceed to tell you a few things about how we try to quantify some of these arguments, I would like to make 3 points that have to do with the related literature. Daniela said before that we get some inspiration from the regulation school, and actually the supercycle that we have in our framework shares similarities with what the regulation school calls the mode of regulation, which actually refers to these social and institutional structures that can stabilize capitalism within a specific period. So this is a similarity. But there are 2 differences with respect to, compared to what the regulation school does. So in the regulation school, there is emphasis on what is called the accumulation regime, which accompanies the mode of regulation. And the idea of the accumulation regime is to explain how value is created in capitalism and how growth is created from a kind of neo-Marxian perspective. This is what the regulation school does. On the contrary, our emphasis is on the role of demand in the financial system from a more post-Keynesian perspective. So the dynamics are quite different. And second, our supercycle has a very explicit analysis about how cycles happen. In the regulation school, there are arguments about cyclicality, but they are not so clear as they are in our framework. A second point that I would like to make is linked with the recent literature about the so-called growth regimes. So there is a debate in the comparative political economy literature about the different growth regimes in different countries. We have these ideas about the export-led regimes, the wage-led regimes, the debt-led regimes, and our supercycle framework can actually incorporate this debate, but at the same time, it provides a more long-run perspective. So if we have that in a specific country, there is for 10 years or so a debt-led regime, what our supercycle framework says is that this might not be sustainable. And this is why we think that we need to incorporate these growth regimes into a broader story that has a longer horizon. Otherwise, we have a very static view of what is happening in capitalism. And the third point is that in our analysis, we do not focus on technological developments, it doesn't mean that we do not implicitly take them into account. And we are aware, of course, of all these discussions about the quadratic supercycle and the role of technology. But in our framework, what is clear is that implicitly we cannot have a supercycle if we don't have new technological developments. And actually, the supercycles that we have identified can be supported by the framework that Perez has developed. There is a distinction there between the so-called installation and deployment period of technological revolutions. So in our paper, we have made a link between these periods and our supercycles. Now, let me say a few things about our index. So what we have done is this. We're going to capture how stability changes in capitalism. And we have used macroeconomic and financial data in order to do that. And in order to conceptualize stability, we have made a distinction between three types of variables: the so-called floor variables, the ceiling variables, and the corridor variables. So floor variables are variables that cannot decrease without a limit. So if we have economic growth, if we want to have stability in capitalism, we cannot have that economic growth will continue to decline. We cannot have that employment rate will continually decline. So we need to have some stability with respect to these variables. Second, we have the ceiling variables. And for instance, this refers to the debt to GDP ratios. We cannot have stability if the debt to GDP ratio increases continually. And third, we cannot have stability if some variables like inflation are not within specific rates. And these are the corridor variables. So ideally, we have more, if we want to capture stability, we have more stability whenever we achieve all these three aims at the same time. Now, in order to capture that, we have used some standard normalization techniques in order to have an index that takes values between 0, which corresponds to minimum stability, and 1, which corresponds to maximum stability. I'm not going to describe this index in detail right now, but the rationale is that we take minimum and maximum values for these variables, and we have made this distinction between the three types of values that I mentioned before. And whenever we have that the floor variables are high, the ceiling variables are low, and the corridor variables are close to the median, this is when we have maximum stability. So we use this index, we apply this to these 7 countries. We use a 5-year moving average because we want to capture medium to long run trends in the index. And this is what we get for first for the US and the UK economy. Now, for a moment, please focus on the red line only. Forget about the cycles, the phases that we have in the graph. Let's focus only on the red line here. The red line shows that there is some cyclicality in the US and the UK over the last decades. And this cyclicality captures these stability issues that I mentioned before. Now, our argument is that we cannot actually understand this cyclicality if we use a traditional business cycle or financial cycle framework. The business cycle framework refers probably to 3 to 5 years. The financial cycle framework refers to 10 to 15 years. Our argument is that there is a long run process which captures institutional change. And in order to investigate if this is a case, we try to apply our 4 phases classification to the US, UK, and the other G7 countries. So how do we do that? A key implication of our framework is that macrofinancial stability improves when we have an expansion period and a genesis period, while it declines when we have a maturity period and the crisis period. So based on this, we have identified the phases that you can see here on the slide. So we have identified when we have an expansion for the US and the genesis period because we see that the index improves. When we have that the index declines, we have a maturity and a crisis phase. And on top of it, we have identified the 2 supercycles by making this distinction between the industrial capitalism and financial globalization supercycle. And we try to support this with a discussion about the institutional change that we have seen in these countries over the last decades. So we identify these cycles based on what we see in the index, but also what we see in institutional changes. And you can see here that despite the fact that there are differences between the US and the UK, the way that the index moves is more or less the same. And this implies that there are some common movements in the issues of stability when we look at these countries. Now, what is interesting is that when we look at the rest of G7 countries, we again see similar trends. The way that the index moves is similar. However, there are some exceptions. So if we look at Japan, for instance, which is at the bottom of the slide, we can see that as someone could probably expect, the maturity period of the financial globalization supercycle starts much earlier compared to the other countries. And we don't have Germany here. And the reason why we don't have Germany is that Germany is one of the countries that doesn't fit our story. So if we look at the macro financial stability index for Germany, we see that after the late 1990s, there has been an improvement in stability according to the index, which is not in line with the story for the other countries. And this is related probably with the role that Germany has played in the creation of the Eurozone. But it also shows that our framework can be useful for specific countries. Doesn't mean that there are no exceptions to our story. And there is a process through which we can evaluate to what extent our framework applies or not to a specific country. Now, as I said before, we don't only focus on having a data analysis, but we also have a detailed analysis of the institutional changes that we have seen during the industrial capitalism and the financial globalization supercycle. I don't have now the time to go into the details about that, but let me very quickly say that when we look at the industrial capitalist supercycle, what we try to develop is a story about the four phases. So we explained that during the 1950s and the 1960s, there was, for instance, a welfare state that supported aggregate demand in combination with this norm about wages, and wages should follow more or less inflation and productivity growth. This was initially successful. Then we know what happened in the 1970s and why this structure was led to a crisis. And what is crucial is that after the 1970s, there was a genesis period whereby it was clear that the previous institutional structure could not work. And there were a lot of political conflicts about that. And this is a period whereby we saw this financial deregulation, we saw the rise of securitization, but we also saw, of course, the decline in the power of labor unions. And this actually set the stage for what we call the financial globalization supercycle, whereby growth to a great extent relied on debt. And for a few years, this was successful in terms of stability. But probably towards the end of the 1990s, we saw the first problems of financial deregulation and the instability tendencies because of shadow banking. And this, at the end of the day, led to the crisis whereby the institutions stopped working. And this is when we got that we understood that central banks cannot rely on the letter of last resort. It was necessary to introduce this market of last resort. It was necessary to have some innovations in the collateral framework. And later, we also had the development of Basel III. And if we see what has happened till the global financial crisis, it's a period with lots of policy initiatives, institutional changes, and political struggles. And what we argue actually is that we are in a genesis period, which is an extremely interesting period. But on top of the challenges that we have because of the instabilities of the previous period, we have also climate change. And we think that we need to take this seriously into account because if someone looks at the institutional changes that we are seeing right now, it's clear that we cannot have a new supercycle if we do not have mechanisms that address the climate crisis. And this has led us to the second paper, where we try to, first of all, analyze all the recent initiatives with respect to how we can achieve a new supercycle. And we have developed a kind of classification of mechanisms, making a distinction between what we call the Wall Street consensus mechanisms and the Green New Deal mechanisms. Now, the idea behind the Wall Street policy initiatives is actually to keep the power of private finance at a high level, but make private finance green in order to be able to address the climate problem. On the other hand, the Green New Deal institutions have as an aim to redistribute power towards workers, and also for the state to play a much more active role in the way that economic activity is organized. Now, for each of these two different strategies, we have kept the distinction between floors and ceilings. The reason why we have done that is because even in the context of the climate crisis, it's very important to have mechanisms that, first of all, allow economic activity to be high. This is the floor mechanism, but also do not allow economic activity to destabilize too much economic activity and too much speculation to destabilize the system. And these are the ceiling mechanisms. So very quickly, if we look at the Wall Street consensus, the main idea here is how to develop, for instance, ESG indicators, environment, social, and governance indicators that make some financial products to look green. And if you see, for instance, what BlackRock has done recently, I mean, this is now the new trend. And of course, we know that there is a problem with these private green metrics because they can be conducive to greenwashing. There is a big debate about that, but it's a key component of the Wall Street consensus. Another component is to create asset classes in particular, that are linked with climate change and recently also with health because of the pandemic. And these asset classes can be used as a way to create financial products that can be very attractive to the global financial system. And let me also point out that there is here a new role for the state within the Wall Street consensus. And the role, for instance, is to stabilize economic activity when things don't go very well. So if you think about for instance, a climate-related event, a hurricane, a flood, and so on, it is necessary for the state to be there to provide some temporary support, either through fiscal policy, or if we think about central banks, for central banks to act as what has been recently described climate rescuers of last resort, which is to save the financial system if the financial actors have financial losses because of climate change. So there should be a role for the government and central bank in this system, but this should be temporary and not on a permanent basis, as we will have in the Green New Deal. In terms of ceilings, carbon pricing is a very important ceiling within this framework, and we can discuss this later. But Basel III and inflation targeting are actually considered to be part of that. Now, on the contrary, we have the Green New Deal mechanisms that focus on things like green industrial policy, green public investment, a new role for public investment banks. So the idea here is that the state starts playing a much more active role and redistributes power, for instance, by using taxation and a new approach to wage policies. And the role of central banks also would change within the Green New Deal. So they would play a much more active role to support the government policy on climate change, for instance, by having corporate fee programs that are decarbonized, or by having collateral frameworks that take into account the climate impact of bonds. And on top of it, we would have a new approach to the regulation with respect to the environment, but also to the regulation with respect to finance. So if someone looks at what is happening right now, we have people and institutions that support the Green New Deal. We have actors that support the Wall Street consensus. This is very much in line with our story about the fact that we are in a genesis period. And what we do in our analysis is also to evaluate to what extent these mechanisms can be successful. And just to finish with that, one of our key messages is that it's very unlikely for the Wall Street consensus to achieve the targets of climate change, according to our view. And it's also very challenging for the Green New Deal to do that. But we think that it's more likely to see a green supercycle if we have a kind of green New Deal. It's not so easy to see a stable green supercycle with the Wall Street consensus. And I'll stop here and I'll hand over to Joe, who is going to talk about the FX swaps.
Okay, thanks, Yannis. If you stop screen sharing, then I think I'm allowed to start sharing. I think we're trying to finish at 1:45 here, if that's right. So I'm going to try and do this in 3 minutes, unless someone tells me that I should do it a different way.
So
it tells me that I can't share until.
Yeah, sorry. Let me see if I can do that.
I'll start talking and then I'll share when I get to it.
Sorry.
So what we do for our third paper is a different kind of proof of concept of our framework. In the second paper, as Yannis says, we do some scenario building where we try and look forward to talk about what could happen for a future super cycle. Hopefully that's now sharing. Is that working?
Yes, it looks fine.
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's weird. It kind of disappears at this end when you do it. But yeah, okay, that's sharing. So yeah, in the second paper, we try and do some kind of scenario building exercise. In the third paper, what we do is we look at a particular feature of what we think will continue to be part of the next super cycle, something which grew up during the previous super cycle, the growth of the dollar as a dominant currency, and in particular, the growth of FX swaps related to that. And we try to analyze some possible outcomes as a result of this and think about what are the likely thwarting mechanisms that we think are currently in place and are likely to be in place to deal with issues of global dollar instability, and to make some comments as to whether we think these are likely to be sufficient to provide broad macro financial stability. And our conclusion is that a more comprehensive institutional framework is likely to be needed to stabilize this aspect of the macro financial system. So we've got this paper under review with a journal, and one of the things the review has said is that we're trying to do too much with the paper, and I think that's probably reasonable, having had a look at it, to present today. So we present some history, first of all, of the use of the instrument of the FX swap, and talk about how that has changed from the Bretton Woods period, when it was used to try and defend the currency pegs that were in place, as well as in some cases to manage the liquidity of certain markets, particularly the euro-dollar market, through a period in which the use of official FX swaps went fairly dormant at the end of the Bretton Woods period, into the financial globalization supercycle, which saw the rise of cross-border lending, and associated with that, the rise of the use of FX swaps. That rise of cross-border lending has been dominated by the dollar. The euro has also been a strong element of it, but at least between dealers and non-banks, if you look at the right-hand pane here, the dollar seems to have become the dominant trading currency. A feature which has emerged is what's called the cross-currency dollar funding gap. An aggregate level globally, dollar assets exceed liabilities, and we do some detective work disentangling the global financial geography of this. And I don't have time to go into the details, but what we argue is that there are a number of quite different things going on at once. So Japan is a huge element of this, and that's to do with particular investment structures in Japan, resulting from the earlier burst in the bubble and the QE earlier in Japan. But we also see some other patterns which we would argue are also relevant, even though of a smaller magnitude. We examine the structure of institutions engaging in FX swaps and in the currencies in use and the place of trading. And the short version of what comes out of this, again, is that the dollar is dominant. In the UK, for example, this is a complex breakdown of pairs traded in different places. In the UK, for example, US dollar against euro is the strongly traded pair. Hong Kong is an interesting one in that it's the only one which has both the Japan yen against dollar and the euro against dollar pairs, whereas we seem to see single dominant pairs in most of the other main trading areas. We make a number of arguments based on our interpretation of these geographical structures, and connected to another debate around whether what we're seeing here is a form of hidden leverage. So the argument has been made that really what FX swaps are showing is dollar leverage. And I don't have time to talk you through the details, but we give an example using balance sheets of why we do not think this is the correct interpretation. We identify clear differences between the swap contract and, for example, a dollar repo contract, despite the superficial similarities in terms of two legs separated by time and so on. But we do identify, despite the fact that we argue against this leverage interpretation, we do identify some key vulnerabilities associated with the use of swaps. And these are specific to the particular use cases by which FX swaps are being used. So we talk about, for example, the supply of dollars by rich sovereign wealth funds to Japanese investors who need dollar hedging to hold against their dollar assets. And that's quite a different dynamic to, for example, dollar-denominated debt issuance by emerging market economies and their needs for hedging. But behind all this is the major factor that dollar liquidity is pro-cyclical, and the institutional arrangements by which that liquidity is available to those institutions, both private and state, that need liquidity is largely ad hoc. It's uneven, it's hierarchical in that the Fed has official swap lines with other rich country central banks and some favored emerging market central banks, but many other emerging markets have to rely on what are more like private institutional mechanisms where they have to effectively borrow using repo type contracts in order to gain dollar liquidity. And so our conclusion is that without further institutional development to overcome this ad hoc nature, we think this will be largely ineffective as a potential thwarting mechanism in a future supercycle, and therefore more institutional work is required to try and develop this particular framework to reduce the chances of future instability. I've used 5 more minutes already than I was supposed to, so I conclude there.
That's very, very good. Very comprehensive, Joe, Yannis, and Daniela. Thank you very much for that. It's been fantastic watching this project evolve from its initial formulation. I think I've read the drafts of this a lot, and I've got a good sense of the contribution that you're making. Can I ask you about floor mechanisms and how does something become a floor? How does one floor become eroded or maybe transition into another floor? It strikes me that when you think about regime change, it very often happens because people decide on a different policy target, inflation versus full employment or whatever, which is obviously not a floor. But imagine that we all decided, actually, the Green New Deal, new climate policies, that's the floor we want, And going back to the stuff that Henrietta talked about in the morning, you're deciding to act. This is an assemblage theory. You're deciding that green finance and that this is going to be our floor. How do you get there, I guess? And does the model suggest it, or is it that these are in some sense outside the model and they're just given by society? I'd love to understand that because it's fascinating seeing the connections between Henrietta's work and this work, and they're only just occurring to me as I'm hearing the presentations. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, maybe I can say a couple of things, and then Daniela or Joe would add to this. Good. Let me use probably 2 examples in order to explain this. First, let me clarify that what we say in our paper is that at the end of the day, it's necessary to have these floors and ceilings. If we don't have this, we cannot have stability. Now, how can we achieve that? It's not that one specific agent or one specific institution make a decision about that and this happens. It's a result of the process whereby many agents and many political institutions realize that there is a need for having a kind of a floor, otherwise we cannot proceed. And this might take time until we have that, or might happen very quickly. For instance, if we look at the drivers of growth in after the 1980s, if we look at the system, it's clear that if we don't have enough wages in order to support demand and consumption, it was necessary to have something else that is going to replace that. So financial deregulation, at the end of the day, played a role because excessive credit supported aggregate demand. Who decided about that? It's a complex process. What we say is that we need to see this, and we need to understand that if this doesn't happen, we cannot have a kind of a new supercycle. And let me also refer to another example. Right now, we are talking about how we are going to have stability if we have climate change. And there are some things that we can do, like having more public green investment in low carbon transportation, investment in renewables, that can reduce emissions and at the same time can provide more employment and more economic activity. You cannot say that there is one single agent that tries to do that. There are many different institutions, many different governments that work on this. But at the end of the day, we can say that this is a floor mechanism if it works, if it is activated, and if it is effective. So in our framework, we try to say what is, from a system perspective, necessary in order to have stability. And then we argue that there will be a political struggle that need to be understood also from this perspective, that if we don't get this floor mechanism, then we will continue to have political instability. And maybe Daniela would like to add to this.
No, I think, yeah, I mean, I haven't got much to add besides saying first that I think, Stephen, you're putting your finger onto something that we have to be more explicit about, which is that we don't have a theory of institutional change per se. I mean, it is not possible within the scope of this project, and probably not within the scope of the research framework as we develop it, to have a theory of institutional change. On the other hand, I'm not very convinced that there is a good theory of institutional change that I can think of that would be inspiring us. I mean, there is also debate in political sciences about whether structure drives change, whether agency, whether ideas. So we sort of don't so much engage with that, besides stressing, as Yannis points out, that there is a sort of question of the distribution of political power that is deeply embedded in our framework. That distribution of political power is fundamental for us to understand the way in which new thwarting mechanisms emerge, whether they will be sort of permanent or not is a different question. But I don't think that we have the ambition to generate here some sort of a predictive model of institutional change. I mean, if you ask me now whether we will get a green supercycle that continues to be characterized by distribution of political power towards private globalized finance, or whether we'll get a Green New Deal state, I mean, my intuition is to say we'll continue with the distribution of political power that we have, but also there might be some crisis that I cannot understand or predict now. Our framework doesn't allow us to say that, but I'm pretty relaxed about the fact that it doesn't, in the sense that I don't think it's possible to, at least as economists and humble macroeconomists, I think that's as far as one can go with this.
I think that's completely fair. I mean, you know, the papers don't have to have life, the universe, and everything theory and empirics. So I think that's completely fair. I'm just interested in the transition. I'm also one very simple institutional mechanism that might work great is just having a hegemon that simply says everyone will now do Green New Deal stuff. The end. And that just switches it. You know, like, I mean, it could just be there are big, powerful things, and however they decide, and everyone else.
But who is our hegemon?
Yeah.
If you ask me, I mean, is it a nation state that is the hegemon? Is it BlackRock that is the hegemon from our framework?
Reddit.
It's
at this point, it's probably Reddit. Let's be honest.
Is it Angus who's looking very seriously? Our hegemon, I don't know. We can't specify a hegemon in this framework clearly.
I think we can all agree that Angus is the hegemon, and I know the hegemon has a question, so please ask away. You're on mute, Angus.
Schoolboy error. Thank you very much indeed, all three of you, for very stimulating presentations. Can I just pick up two things? first of all, on the third paper on the swaps, so it seemed like, the public sector or the Fed swaps came in 2008, so that was after people have been using them for a long time, and I don't think there's any expectation that would be the outcome. So it leaves you with the question of why were they used? And I always think a bit of anthropology would be useful here, to ask the people who use them, what were you doing it for? Everybody sort of tries to deduce it from things, but you can ask them. And I wondered if you'd done that. I think it's kind of interesting. Do you have a convincing answer for why they're so popular? Just taking out the idea that there's a big moral hazard because the Fed will come and, or actually it's local central banks will back them up, supported by the Fed. So is there a convincing story for why they're used so widely? That's my first question. And then I'd like to go back to the credit cycle or financial cycle charts in the first presentation, and try to understand a bit more about what is inside those, what sub-indices are inside them.
Shall I say something about swaps first, and then Yannis,
Yes,
you can pick up the index question? I think it's important with this on the swaps to distinguish the official Fed swap lines from private FX swaps as a contract, and I think they tend to be lumped together, and actually they're very different kinds of things. So in 2008, we haven't done the anthropology, is the short answer to your question. But my interpretation of the 2008 actions would be that it's a sort of classic lender of last resort. There's a liquidity shortage, and a lot of that liquidity is denominated in dollars, and that's for a whole range of different reasons. And they just needed a mechanism to get it out there as quickly as possible in the volumes required, and that happened to be the tool that was lying dormant in the toolbox that could be switched on. Now that's a first approximation, and it may not be accurate. So I'd be very happy to hear if you have critique of that. In terms of the private FX swaps, it looks as if individual institutions mostly say we're hedging, but the narrative coming from places like the BIS is this isn't hedging, it's leverage. And I think our inclination is to lean towards what the institutions say they're doing is actually mostly what they are doing, that it's a hedging instrument. But the reason people have dollar hedging needs vary enormously, and perhaps a more detailed taxonomy. We've got a sort of 3 or 4 examples of quite different institutional needs for dollar hedging, but we haven't got a systemic yet kind of a taxonomy of that, and that could be a useful next step, actually. Hopefully that gives you at least some answer to your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and on the index, Angus, your question is what is included in the index, right? Yeah, so for the floor variables, we have growth and deployment. And we also have a version where we include the stock price index, which doesn't change so much the way that the index behaves. For the ceiling variables, we have the current account deficit and the credit to GDP ratio. And for the corridor, we have the inflation rate and the house prices. We have played a bit with different versions of it, but this is more or less what we have there. And the reason, we could have more variables, to be honest, but we want to have an analysis from the 1960s, and it's difficult to find data for more variables since the 1960s.
Okay, that's very helpful. Can I just give you one possible interesting avenue to explore on the swaps, which I think is not widely discussed, that the way that they are leveraged is through credit. They're credit plays. So when you ask Northern Rock, why did it fund Granite with dollars using cross-currency swaps? It was a credit play. It was take advantage of the different credit ratings. So the net flows would show up as, this doesn't look like leverage in the normal definition, but you could be getting leverage in a different dimension through the credit, which you couldn't see. That is the one reason I think is potentially interesting, that is not obvious from the data. But I think the best way to do that would be ask people who were doing it at the time.
So what is the credit rating arbitrage they're using? How does that work?
Yeah, so the people who guarantee the line. So if I was, say, Appleby at Northern Rock, I would say, okay, who is my agent who's doing my cross-currency swap for me? And it'd be Royal Bank of Scotland, invariably. And Royal Bank of Scotland was AAA at the time. And if RBS, it would be much more expensive for me, Northern Rock, to do this, but RBS can do it because I'm borrowing their AAA. And if RBS got knocked out for some reason, so these contracts had contingent clauses that if you got knocked out, then another bank of the same credit rating had to come in, which is fine as long as RBS does something stupid. Then, you know, Barclays could step in and nobody be any the wiser. It's fine. It's another AAA rated bank. But when you have a systemic bank, none of them are AAA. So now you've got a problem, which is why you can't solve it with a micro sort of measure. That's my interpretation. But, you know, other people got different stories on it. I just think it's very interesting that it's very hard to tell from aggregate financial flows what's really going on, I think.
Thanks.
No truer word was ever said.
Yeah. I just find it amazing that we don't do a bit more just picking the phone up and saying, look, you're a credit dealer. What are you doing? Most of them are perfectly happy to answer it, most bizarrely. Anyway, thank you.
Well, I mean, social studies of finance, Donald Mackenzie people do that a lot, in fairness. I mean, I'm not sure, I think we'll have to talk a bit more about the extent to which your example sort of invalidates or complicates our comparison between FX swaps and repos as one enabling leverage or not, because if I understand your example correctly, Northern Rock would still be basically borrowing as opposed to swapping existing assets, but that I would need to read a bit more about it before I have a better understanding of where is if the arbitrage is basically in the interest rate differential that comes from having different credit ratings as opposed to sort of creating. I mean, this is a particular debate that the Bank for International Settlements has sort of opened up, and it became more interesting after 2019 when people looked at the nexus of FX swaps and repos, particularly for US dollars. But yeah, it would be worth, I mean, maybe in a future project, we could go and talk to people more, hopefully not on Zoom.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're not arguing that FX swaps don't enable leverage. It's very clear that they're used alongside other instruments when leverage expands, but we're arguing against the position that they represent leverage per se, and a hidden kind of debt layer in the global financial system, which is the BIS line.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the reason why I find it so uncomfortable is because, you know, in the Ricardo Reis view of the world, they sort of complete a market, that was in quotes, from a sort of, you know, if you look at this as a pure purist point of view, but that assumes that the domestic central bank has no problem with seeing the balance sheets of its domestic commercial banks, which we know they don't do very well. And so if you have a market failure there, it's far from, you know, you're in the world of second best. You have two market failures. One, this liquidity problem, stopping the dollars coming in. And the second one being the observation of the domestic banks by the local central bank. Now, it could be correct in the first one, which is Ricardo's view of the world of completing the market, actually overlooks the fact that you've got a second one, which is that the national banks can't see the domestic banks properly, which is why you have financial problems. And that's why it actually causes problems. So it's a world of second best. You have no reason to suppose that these things would lead to higher welfare.
It's an interesting place to leave it. There's so many questions that these papers raise. Like, we could do a whole day on each one. They're absolutely fascinating. And the depth of scholarship that's gone into all of them is just really evident. Daniela, Yannis, Joe, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
We'll move on to Claudius if you're ready to go. Brilliant. Claudius, if you take the lead, and can I also welcome Isabella and Gregor from I was going to say the colonies. just to be funny. But
greetings to the empire, I shall say.
Welcome, and Claudius, we're very much looking forward to your presentation. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you. Just a question: can you see my slides at the moment?
It's black at the moment.
Okay. Can you see it now? Okay.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just check that. But I think I can immediately start with the presentation. So I will give you only a rough overview about the project. And I want to thank right in the beginning my co-authors in this paper, Matthias Eisleitner, Anna Konikewicz, and Jakob Hafler, who are also participating in this session. And I hope, does it work now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it's great.
So very sorry for that. The project I am about to present, I think, could be summarized by being motivated by this question of what role capability accumulation does play for macroeconomic divergence in times of globalization and what we can do about it. And I think probably the best contribution I can make is to add here and there a little bit to what have been said earlier and what could make up this research program of social macroeconomics that was indicated in the very beginning. So just modest contributions from my side. What I want to do in the 30 minutes is give a very broad overview about the main outcomes of the project. And about the three main contributions, as I would call them. And I would like to give a short outlook at the end of how we actually want to integrate these contributions we have made so far into a more comprehensive overall macroeconomic model. And I'm very interested in what the others are about to say about this. So just a short remark in the beginning, the project has changed a little bit, so I wasn't that disciplined as Pawel was in the very beginning. The focus of the project has shifted a little bit because some people were not able to participate in the project because of Corona and because of health issues. So we shifted the focus a little bit, but actually just stretched it a bit more. So the project now, I think, is a bit more long-term oriented, which also means that we are still working on some of the issues that have been opened up by the project so far. Okay, so just a rough overview about the contributions in the very beginning. So there were this first paper, which was co-authored by Jacob Hafler. And I think it could be said as an empirical and methodological groundwork of the whole project. In the paper, we take a political economy perspective on what has happened within the European Union, basically in the last 60 years when it comes to production structures. And we align with a certain branch of literature. I think Yannis, Daniela, and Joe have also contributed to, namely this literature about the emergence of cores and peripheries in the European Union. In this paper, we justify the starting point of the overall paper that of the overall research project in the sense that we claim that the emergence of a core and a periphery and other subgroups in the European Union can be traced back to the technological capabilities that were accumulated in the different countries. It's one, not the only, but one important driver of this. And then in this paper, aside from this empirical justification, we also provide a methodological discussion of what are the potential problems if you focus on these, I would call them macro-based, on this macro-based view on that, because this idea of cores and peripheries and the structural dependencies among them is obviously a very structuralist line of argumentation that comes with certain challenges. But I think despite accepting these challenges in the paper, we show that it's a valid vantage point to study the unequal effect of globalization on different countries in the European Union, and that capability accumulation is important in this regard. I come back to the insights in more detail in a second. Then the second paper, which was co-authored by Matthias Eisleitner and Anna Konickiewicz, was a paper where we looked actually, or where we asked the specialists, so those people who spend most of the day in studying how capability accumulation takes place, what capabilities actually are, whether they are a property of firms, whether they are property of individuals, and how people and organizations learn how to improve them. So what we did with this paper was that we made up this interdisciplinary connection to the management science. So I think all three of us, we had a lot of fun in reading management stuff, talking to management people. And based on this work, we came up with a number of stylized facts about how capability accumulation takes place, some of which we think could be useful in informing macroeconomic modelers of how to consider capability accumulation in their macroeconomic models. And this was taken to the next step in the last final paper we were able to complete during this project, which is co-authored by Anna Konickiewicz. There we basically took all the insights from the previous two papers, and we constructed a simple or small model, which I think could best be described as a module. And this small model is a model of firms who learn how to produce new consumption goods. So basically, it's a model of capability accumulation in an economy that is fully supply determined. So we don't model the demand side in this economy, but it's only about firms accumulating capabilities in order to learn how to produce new consumption goods. And the goal was to develop this model in a way that we can then take it and plug it into a more comprehensive macroeconomic model. We thought, however, that this intermediate step is necessary because, honestly, when we were working here on this project, we figured out that there's so much important discussion about how capability accumulation takes place that it was impossible for us to take the step directly. So to start integrating this in a macroeconomic model directly, but we want to take this intermediate step in formalizing the whole thing within a single module. And then I already said we are still working along the lines of the project. We are currently integrating basically this module here into a more comprehensive single country macroeconomic model, which is stock flow consistent and which obviously also features a demand side, etc. And we are about to finish that in a little bit of time, and then the idea is to extend it into a multi-country model where we then would finally be able to answer the question we started off with, namely, what role does capability accumulation play when explaining the asymmetric effects of globalization on different countries, and what kind of policies would be or can be successful in leading to a more egalitarian distribution of the benefits of globalization among countries. So this was also one idea to collaborate with the people who are behind the Kayani et al. Models. But as I said, we had to postpone this a little bit due to the circumstances. But I can assure we were quite busy, and it wasn't boring. So we were consumed by this other work anyway. And what I want to do in the last or remaining 20 minutes is to provide you with a glimpse on the insights that we produced in every of the three papers so far. So I would like to start with the first one. I think on the one hand, this paper makes a methodological contribution in the sense that it justifies a structuralist approach that takes as explanatory variables not only properties of single countries, but also relations between countries. And I think this fundamental role of relationships between countries distinguishes this approach from the standard, or from the well-known veritas of capitalism approaches, distinguishes it from the endogenous growth theory, where you also talk about cores and peripheries. But I think what is specific about the structuralist approach is that you have these self-reproducing interdependencies between countries. And the interesting policy implication of that is that usually people focusing on this work, when they say we have to do something against global inequalities, it's not about what's usually said about the characteristics of the individual countries, but also about the relationships, meaning that if you want to improve the situation of people living in the periphery countries, reform within the periphery countries is insufficient, but also requires reform in the core countries. So in other countries, that's kind of discussion about the relevance of micro and macro factors that pops out in the history of economic thought quite regularly. And I think this distinction between structuralism and these kinds of varieties of capitalism approaches indicates this very nicely. The basic idea here is that that countries follow persistent development trajectories that can be traced back to different growth models and different matters of specializations, and that they are usually associated by certain lock-ins. So usually policy interventions are necessary in order to change the development trajectories of countries. And it's a very broad view, a very broad theoretical frame that does not focus on economic factors, but also political and social factors, which is also why I think it could be interesting to build up this general idea of social macroeconomics. This approach comes with three challenges that are very visible in our political economy analysis of the European Union in the last 60 years. First of all, there's a challenge of dynamics, so countries switch trajectories. So Italy 60 years ago was a typical example for a core country with a strong industrial base, high growth rates, relatively high levels of living. But in many of the analysis of the European Union has been put into the category of periphery countries because it has lost relative power with regard to core countries such as Germany, and that's also visible when it comes to the negotiations of the rules on the European Union. And if you want to apply the structural reasoning, you somehow have to explain how this can happen. And I think this is a nice illustration where you see, okay, the structuralist thought is interesting, but cannot be the whole story. There are also other factors that are explanatory. And this challenge of dynamics has to be taken into account when we take this theoretical frame. Our answer later on is that that basically this holistic view of structuralism needs to be somehow micro-founded. And we end up as a systemist approach where both bottom-up and top-down effects become necessary. The second challenge to this line of reasoning, where we also identified some nice examples for, is the challenge of ambiguity. So there are countries like France, for example, which from a political science point of view, you would definitely classify as one of the dominant actors in the European Union and classify them as a core country. Whereas in much economics works, France is more and more associated with the periphery of the European Union, pointing to several economic factors. And I think this is also something where one just have to appreciate this ambiguity of classifying countries and to accept that it is unrealistic to come up with a perfect sorting of all countries, and that we have to take these kind of ambiguities into account. And then obviously the challenge of granularity, that within each countries, then different regions then again play the role, of course, in periphery. So for example, Germany, the classical example for a core country in the European Union. Within Germany, there are regions that are dominant, that play the role of cores, and there are regions that play the role of peripheries. And again, this indicates that a multi-layered approach in order to understand the whole thing is necessary. All of these challenges are present in the European Union since the 1960s, but still this fundamental claim of structuralism that structural dependencies between countries are important to understand the development trajectory of the single country, I think is still very relevant. And I just want to give one example for why I think this is relevant, because it can help to explain how core countries and periphery countries react very differently to the same events, and that these different reactions are usually in a way that they reinforce existing polarization dynamics. Examples are, for example, the Eastern enlargement and the rise of Asia. So if we look, for example, of the export structures of cores and peripheries, we see that when we look where the imports of other countries come from, in this time when basically the Eastern enlargement took place, that periphery countries were affected much more negatively than countries in the core countries or Eastern European countries. Another example of the financial crisis where countries in Southern Europe, because they were following a debt-led growth model, were affected much more negatively than countries like Germany, who were following an export-led development trajectory. And the fundamental claim we make with these events, like the financial crisis or the Eastern enlargement, is that these events are accelerators that accelerate structural polarization within the European Union, but that they are not the fundamental causes. And what our claim based on the political and economy analysis was that there are obvious political reasons, but that we also observe a certain vicious specialization within the European Union that is an important structural driver of this polarization. And by vicious specialization, we mean that countries in the periphery in the previous 60 years tend to specialize more and more in economic activities that overall are associated with less welfare gains than those economic specialist activities where the core countries focus on. And I'm pretty sure we hear something more about this in the next presentation, where it is also about a critical view on comparative advantages, because the specializations were maybe according to comparative advantages in the European Union, but they were not mutually beneficial. What we instead see is an unequal technological exchange, that periphery countries specialize more and more on the production and manufacturing of simple products, which are associated with less positive employment effects and less value added, whereas core countries specialize more and more on the production of complex products, which come with more economic benefits. And that if we look at the import-export patterns in the European Union, core countries tend to export more and more these complex products to the European periphery countries, whereas the European periphery countries are exporting more and more the simple products to the European core. So basically, we see a vicious specialization to the advantage of the European, a disadvantage of the European periphery. Something I think is very much at odds with the common argument of comparative advantage. I think that this is one of the fundamental drivers about or of the different effects of globalization on the different countries in the European Union. And one major motivation for the upcoming work in this paper was to understand the deeper reasons for why this is the case. So our take is that the capabilities that were accumulated in the cores and the peripheries were such that the firms in the cores were competitive in these more complex activities, because they were able to accumulate more and more technological capabilities. So we observe a lock-in to the advantage of these firms. And this has not happened in the European periphery. And so if we want to do something against it, the fundamental question is, how do we change this? And in order to change this, we need to understand where capabilities come from, how they are accumulated, and what kind of policy measures can actually help us to address these fundamental causes, or this one fundamental cause of divergence in the European Union. We see this here just as an example. We did this for many different countries. What you see here is basically, again, on this x-axis here, you see a measure for the complexity of products. We see that we have persistent export surpluses of the core against the periphery with regard to complex products, and persistent deficits with regard to simple products, indicating what I just said. The periphery countries are exporting the simple products to the core, and the cores appreciate the production of the complex products and exporting them to the periphery. So a very typical structuralist argument, which is also why we use this term unequal technological exchange, which basically comes from this structural literature stressing these kind of unequal exchange mechanisms. So what the fundamental takeaway from this was that aside from the usefulness of such a interdisciplinary political economy perspective is that we need to take into account first the interdependencies of the countries, and secondly, the capabilities necessary or required to produce and export complex products. So what we then did was we looked actually at the literature of those people who are mostly concerned with how capabilities are actually accumulated. So we looked a lot into the management and business literature. And we also looked into the literature of people who are building models only of capability accumulation. And our goal was to synthesize these insights into key stylized facts that we then use to build a comprehensive macroeconomic model which adequately features capability accumulation in its production sector. When we wrote this paper, we submitted it to an innovation journal, to Research Policy, which is a journal that is widely read in the business and innovation literature. And it was quite interesting what we got for reviews. So in the beginning, we wanted to be very inclusive in the sense, okay, we want to derive some implications from macroeconomic modeling, and we wrote a lot about endogenous growth theory and agent-based macroeconomics as the two alternatives. And then the reviewers were very unhappy about being so fair to endogenous growth theory. And what we learned about that is that people in the business literature are very, very skeptical about the way the current economic mainstream treats this issue in its macroeconomic models. And therefore, when revising the paper, I think that was really something where you can be grateful to the reviewers. A secondary goal was added to this paper. We are now discussing much more detail what we mean by the concept of capabilities, where capabilities are located, and what kind of a theoretical framework we need for an interdisciplinary analysis of capabilities. I must say that I didn't expect this to get these kind of comments from this research community, but that was very interesting. So the main methodological implications were that when we look at macroeconomic models and we ask how is capability accumulation formalized within these models, that they implicitly refer to a certain theory of the firm. And there are probably different theories of the firm, but the two most dominant ones, and the two, I would say, are the neoclassical and the evolutionary theory of the firm. The neoclassical theory of the firm very much dominating within the endogenous growth theory, still being relevant there, including its additions in the new institutional economics, and the evolutionary theory of the firm being quite heavily influencing the agent-based macroeconomics thing. And what is fundamentally different between those is that the neoclassical theory of the firm locates the ultimate sources of capabilities mostly in individuals, whereas the evolutionary theory of the firm has always focused on the organization as the ultimate locus of capabilities and distinguishes capabilities explicitly from skills. So skills are something individual, capabilities are something social that develops by the interaction among people, that requires diversity and institutions governing the mutual learning taking place within organizations. And I think, again, this is also interesting to keep in mind with this project of social macroeconomics. This management literature has a lot to offer on how these learning mechanisms take place on the organizational or the Miso level. And the interesting thing is, if one looks at this extensive literature about how capability accumulation takes place, the fundamental interest of them is usually not to explain technological change, as it is common from economists, but mainly the heterogeneity and the relative competitiveness of firms, of organizations. And they developed a lot of frameworks like the resource-based view of the firm, the dynamic capabilities view of the firm, that have a lot to offer, I think, for economists. But what is stressed very much by within this literature is that this is a view that is mainly incompatible with the neoclassical theory of the firm. So it was very surprising for me to see so much very critical voices on the neoclassical theory of the firm in this whole business studies literature. So what we then do is basically, our claim is that taking together the insight from the previous paper, we suggest what we call a systemist approach to capability accumulation. Systemism that has been coined by Mario Bunge, a physicist and philosopher, who has basically built an ontology where he say every entity in this world is either a system or a part of one. And the nice thing about this ontology is that it's very, it allows us to map different paradigms and disciplines very nicely on each other, because you have these frameworks where you say, okay, what are the fundamental entities on different ontological level, like micro, meso, macro. Then you have to specify the relations between the elements. You have to specify the bridging mechanisms between the micro, meso, macro, allowing for both bottom-up, top-down effects. And you have to be very explicit with regard to the mechanisms. And I think that is a very nice framework that actually allows you to basically translate different views from different paradigms and different disciplines on each other. And I think this is an approach where we have learned a lot from, and I think that could also be useful as a certain kind of meta framework for this project of social macroeconomics mentioned in the very beginning. Now I skip a little bit what we did. We did read a lot of papers. So we started with 4,000 of them, and we actually read, I think, in total 211 from them. And finally, in the paper, we made it with 91 papers about how capability accumulation takes place. And we also discussed certain papers from evolutionary agent-based models where people try to formalize these mechanisms already. And from this extensive literature review, we delineated some main mechanisms where we thought, okay, this is something where a macroeconomic model could benefit, taking into account these insights. I want to go through this quite quickly, just mention a few of them. I think I don't have enough time to go into detail. What all management scholars always stress is that on the aggregated and the firm level is the relevance of this principle of relatedness thing that we learn cumulatively. Everything we learn is similar to that what we already know, giving rise to path dependencies, cumulative causation, elements that in particular heterodox economists have focused on for quite a long time, and I think we have a very nice micro foundation here from the specialist literature. On the aggregate level, institution government activities are key, and what was interesting to me that the mentioning of globalization and liberalization was very ambiguous. So many stressed that too much competition from globalization and liberalization can be harmful for capability accumulation on the country and on the firm level, because firms do not get enough time to actually build up the capabilities. On the firm level, the big topic in management is absorptive capacities, so certain abilities of organizations to understand what other people are doing and to basically absorb this. So there's a lot about social learning, about understanding each other, about mutual sympathy, and to process information that comes from the outside. And this is really the key of explaining heterogeneous firm capabilities here. There's also a lot about external and internal learning mechanisms and the relevance of social factors, mutual learning, etc. So very rich thing. What I found difficult here is that the epistemology in the management science is very different to economics and what we know. It's very much focused on case studies, on very detailed case studies. And for me as a macroeconomic modeler from the start, it's not trivial to understand what level of granularity and detail I can appreciate. So what is so important that I can put it into the macroeconomic model, and what goes too much into details. Notwithstanding that, I think another takeaway from this literature is that this mutual interdependency of micro and macro is absolutely key. And I think this is something we saw in all the presentations so far. Given the time, I will basically skip the last paper, where we basically took these insights from the literature review and then integrated them into an agent-based model. I just skip all this and just jump to the conclusions. Maybe what I want to say about this model is, So it's a model where we have this this product space where firms are exploring different products in a product space, where they learn cumulatively, where they build up capabilities in a cumulative way. So very much what we saw in the empirical literature. And I want to focus here just on the central message is that the model indicates for the theoretical implications, it is not that important how we deviate from the standard assumptions, but slight deviations matter a lot. So, for example, usually what is assumed that a firm can, when it is innovative, it can basically be innovative in the sense that it just innovates a new product. But if we take into account that products are differ in complexity, and more complex products are more related to other complex products, and simple products are not related to many other products, then we get a topological structure of product similarity. For the model results, it doesn't matter so much what kind of topological structure we assume. But once we get away from the standard assumptions of a complete product space where you can always get every innovation, then the model results change drastically. And the same also applies if we consider homogeneous consumption good or heterogeneous consumption good. It doesn't matter so much how heterogeneous they are or in what sense they are heterogeneous, but it matters a lot that they are heterogeneous, indicating to me as a macroeconomic modeler that taking into account very simple deviations from the implicit standard assumptions of a complete product space or irrelevance of product heterogeneity already makes a huge difference. And we made a proposal of how to do that in this model. And this model is built in a sense that it can be immediately used more or less within a broader macroeconomic framework. So although we only look at the consumption goods sector, we integrated also a banking sector, a government sector, etc. They are inactive in this model, but they are there. So you can immediately take this model and place it within a more comprehensive agent-based model. And so I want to conclude. Sorry for rushing through these things so quickly. I think we changed the focus of the product a little bit. It's now a little bit more long-term oriented, but I don't think this is necessarily a bad way. We have three main studies that we have completed: this empirical and methodological grounding, this extensive review of the management literature, where we came up with the idea of systemism as a meta-theoretical framework, and the first formalization of these ideas in a module that could serve as a supply side within a macroeconomic agent-based model. And what we are currently doing is exactly that, the integration of this module into a complete AB-SFC, and then in the next step to extend this into a multi-country context. In all, my main takeaway, because the main question was what have we learned from our project, is that I think when we look at something like the effects of globalization on countries and the relevance of capability accumulation, it is necessarily an interdisciplinary undertaking. I would never have been able to learn so much about capability accumulation without reading this management literature. I would not have been able to understand this without a pluralistic, multi-paradigmatic approach focusing on different paradigms, and also generalizing in the sense that I think what we end up in the very end is probably an approach to macroeconomics that is more general than what currently is done. I think this is very promising, but it can also be very frustrating because a lot of translation work between different disciplines is necessary. But I think that's a very promising thing to do. And I think projects such as the Rebuilding Macroeconomic projects are a great way of bringing us forward in this regard. So my thanks again in the very end also to Angus and to Stephen for making this research possible. And again, sorry for rushing through so many things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudius. That is absolutely fantastic. I've spent a lot of time messing about with these kinds of models. So as you know, with Ale Kayani and the lads from Ancona, so I have a very I was there when the first AB-SFC model was made, so I know precisely how much work goes into what you've done. So can I just say congratulations on that. Can I ask before others come in, how did you think about the process of innovation? I'm very interested in how you understood this, because one of the first papers I ever published was a study of innovation in the Eastern Economic Journal using an AB model, and basically I defined innovation as new stuff coming from a distribution, right, which is kind of a crap definition, but it was the only one I knew how to code, so I just threw it in there. It worked out okay. What is your understanding of innovation? Because I would imagine that the people at Research Policy asked you this question quite heavily, right? They must have asked you, how do you know A, anything, but B, how do you know that innovation is happening in your model? I'd be very curious, because it seems like you've got a very multidisciplinary experience here, and what different types of economists mean by innovation is different. But of course, what different disciplines mean by innovation is, chalk and cheese. So I'll be quite interested in your thoughts in your thoughts on that. But again, just well done on all of this work.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think in particular when talking to the management guys, I think many of them, well, there are two groups. One of the groups says innovation is basically the fundamentally new recombination of existing ideas, thereby by definition something new, and something that if you want to model it at all, it has to be some kind of an evolutionary generative algorithm thing. So there are these models who have certain bits that are recombined in order to produce new bit strings that then represent a new way of doing something. So this, if anything, this would be accepted as an adequate model of innovation. But there are also more pragmatic people who buy things like the distinction between process and product innovation, where they say, okay, product innovation is just this, yeah, you take existing ideas and you get something entirely new, in the sense of having something that hasn't been there before, or you do something differently in achieving the same aim. So they were quite positive about these approaches of modeling innovation as the exploration of a technology network where you have nodes as products and where firms move from one point to another. They do say that this is not the whole story of innovation, because right from the beginning you define the network and the network is not evolving. But at the same time, I think it's also appreciated that all the models we have that actually have an evolving network are so difficult and computationally intensive that it's basically impossible to put them into a broad frame. Yeah, that was my key takeaway. So, and if I look at the models, I think there were two types that formalized these things. These were these technological spaces. These were these landscape models where basically firms explore landscapes and find different combinations of certain variables. And there were these bit string recombination models or percolation models. And I think there's a subgroup of management scholars that would agree that this is a valid approach of approaching innovation. They're very critical whenever you assume a certain distribution and only say something about this. They seem to be very unhappy with this approach, and they're always mocking economists for doing that all the time.
Sorry, very good, and thank you. Are there further comments and questions? Sorry, I actually have the. Can you stop the PowerPoint, please? I can't see everyone. Are there, Isabella, have you got a question?
Yeah, let me start by saying this is really fascinating, and it feels like we should have been talking more throughout that year. I'm just curious to see what you are thinking about doing in terms of extending your work to what you call on your last slide a multi-country perspective, which seems to some extent to be what we have been doing in a very different and long-term way. But I would just be curious where you're taking that. It would be fantastic to maybe also chat outside of this.
Yeah, it would be very cool. I'm always already looking very forward to your presentation next. But our original goal was actually to take or to steal Stephen's old colleagues and to take this idea of building a module for a macroeconomic agent-based model that explains it more, or that takes seriously what management scholars say about capability accumulation. So basically where we say, okay, capability accumulation, how firms or organizations learn is somehow difficult, but it also seems to be very important in order to explain these vicious specialization that we observe in Europe. So what we would need is actually a macroeconomic model where we have on the firm level an adequate representation of capability accumulation. That was actually our goal. And then I think we underestimated the amount of literature that already exists on how capability accumulation takes place. But in the end, I think this is still the long-term goal. There were also other difficulties that prevented us from actually taking this integration step. But it's still something that this year we definitely want to do. So the vision is basically to get this macroeconomic AB-SFC with the supply sector being adequately represented from the eyes of an innovation scholar, so to speak. Let's see if it works.
Amazing.
It does. It actually does. And I think what's interesting is the fact that, you know, these AB-SFC models are getting a hearing in the innovation literature. So I think Eugene Cavarzazzi has a paper in research policy as well, using an AB-SFC approach. So it is interesting to see which parts of the story are being taken up by which parts of the literature. You know, I think you know, that is genuinely fascinating. I also like the parallel between your work, which is, you know, it is a long run model, or at least a medium to long run model, and the work of Isabella, which is the longest run in a certain sense, right? It's, you know, the deep structure of colonial trade. I'd be very interested to see if there's some kind of connection that you could pull out between those two approaches, because one takes a product-based approach, and yours could very easily, you could, you know, the best thing about an agent-based model is you could just generate more stuff, you know. So you could match something to a product space. It'd be just brilliant, actually.
We have actually already started doing that, but not in the thing that we have already written up. This is kind of work in progress, and I'm also in discussion with a statistician here who is working on time variant networks and incomplete data problems. So we are looking how we can, because I mean, we have a database now for the turn of the 20th century, but for this whole intermediate period of war and so on, it just becomes so messy that it's impossible to generate that data quality, even if we had 10 years of time, I think. So yeah, so we are thinking about that. We haven't written that up yet, or we haven't, like, we are still in the early stages. But yes, that would be, I mean, I think, yeah, we should definitely talk.
I feel a Zoom coffee coming on. Angus, do you have your hand up?
Yep, I do. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Claudius. I just have a few tiny questions. First of all, you mentioned something that would be a very useful reference for social macro. You said that there was lots of this particular area of the literature, I think you were talking about some taxonomy, and I think you thought that'd be useful. Can you just tell me what that reference was? Because I didn't pick it up when you said it. That's the first thing. And in the ABM that you've created, what sort of long-run properties does it have? Does it lead to sort of stable places, or do you have weird basins, or it become very unstable? What sort of longer-term properties does the model have? And just to reiterate a point that you made a number of times in this literature, the management literature, of course, this idea of social is absolutely pretty much where it comes from. I mean, the overlap between that and a lot of the evolutionary literature is surprisingly close. So I completely agree with you on that. But on those two questions, first of all, that reference, if you could tell me that again, and secondly, the longer term properties of the ABM, how it settles down. whether it does.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the reference, I can send it to you. It's probably about the systemist approach thing.
Yeah, systemist approach.
Yeah, I'll send you an email. I can't pronounce all the names right, so that's always difficulty. But it's interesting because I think it's exactly about this idea of interdisciplinarity and multi-level interrelationships that were highlighted in every presentation here, and that is so present also in this management literature. And yeah, with regard to the longer term properties of the agent-based model, well, I think you're probably referring to this macroeconomic model, and we're still we are still constructing that. What we finally analyzed was this microeconomic thing, where firms are exploring the product space, yeah, they are obviously we don't have any long-term growth thing. That's currently under work.
Fine, thank you.
That's yeah, hope 2 months or so that I can answer your question. But it is interesting that all the topics that you mentioned in the history of economic thought, they pop up so regularly. And what Isabella said about this interdependencies between global north, global south, I think you mentioned that. There's so much interesting literature about that usually in the economic literature are not referenced at all. But that bears so much potential for this idea of social macroeconomics, that there's really impressive body of work already being done.
I don't know if you know a chap called David Sloan Wilson. Yeah. So we've got one of the papers that's in the pipeline to publish. You've probably all been frustrated with our pipeline, but papers are supposed to come back in slowly over a period of 6 months, but they all came in on sort of 6 weeks instead of 6 months. And David Sloan Wilson's is a very, very good description of levels of analysis and functional levels. He just takes things like the invisible hand. Okay, everybody thinks this is from individuals, instead of taking it from the macro downwards of how it leads individuals to be a certain way rather than the other way. It's amazing if you look at it from different perspectives, how it changes the way we analyze them. So there is a lot of overlap, I think, in many of the projects, actually.
Gregor, I believe, has a question.
Yeah, thanks very much for this presentation, Claudius. I was just curious if you could elaborate a little bit more on this phase change from no heterogeneity to any, or no constraints on where you can innovate in the product space to just any. And you had these graphs there, and I was really curious to learn just a bit more about just how similar all of that is, but also whether you did find some differences between these. It looked like you had these different measures of similarity and heterogeneity. So I'd love to learn a bit more about that, whether we found some classification there or so.
I'm very sorry that I had to run through that so quickly. So what I meant was, so taking the example of the topology of the product space. So the idea was that usually in the standard model, you assume implicitly, so to speak, a complete product space, that the firm has a certain level of capabilities that determines the probability that innovation is successful. But when innovation is successful, you're just getting more productive, or you get any new product. So you're basically implicitly assuming that you can get everywhere with the same probability. And when you use in your model another topological structure for this product space, you say that products are related to, or more or less similar to each other, and they are represented by a structured product space, then the dynamics of the model change drastically. But it doesn't really matter of the product space we use, whether it's a core periphery, whether it's a Barabasi-Albert graph, whether it's something that's empirically estimated to match the true product space, or whether it's what did we have? A regular network, or we had these power law cluster graphs. That doesn't matter so much. What really makes the huge difference is getting away from the complete network to a network that that has somehow a structure of clusters. So that makes a huge difference. But then for the different runs of the agent-based model, you can't really distinguish whether you've used a Barabasi-Albert graph or whether you used a power law cluster graph or so on. So that doesn't make so much difference. And the implications are, I mean, they are usually very, very intuitive in the sense that the more difficult the network, the more heterogeneous are the firms in terms of products they produce, but also on average less successful because they aren't able to find the most complex products which promise most gains. But what could also happen is that they get stuck somewhere and they are represented with fierce competition. So that in the model also drives down the price. And if you're not in a complete network, that it might be difficult for the firms to actually get to another market where not all the other firms are. So you're likely to get these lock-ins in certain areas. The same if you look at the distribution of complexity of the products. If all products are homogeneous and then you change something, for example, that the distribution is a normal distribution or an exponential distribution or Pawel distribution, then this has huge implications. Then firms become much more heterogeneous in terms of competitiveness, etc. But it doesn't really matter whether you move to a normal distribution or an exponential distribution or so on. And for a macroeconomic modeler, that's nice because you just take some step away from the implicit standard case, and you can basically represent a wide array of phenomena within your model without necessarily being asked, okay, should I use the exponential distribution for the complexities or the normal distribution or whatever? And that was something surprising for me because it indicates there are self-organizatory processes that help firms to navigate these spaces in any case or for any structure. And that was something I didn't expect, to be honest.
Fascinating kind of almost internal robustness check.
Yeah.
Actually, it's brilliant. It's really, really brilliant. What we'll do, folks, is we'll take a 15-minute break. And thank you so much, Claudius, for that and to all of your co-authors, of course. I'm aware of some of the background difficulties going on with the team, so just well done on getting this done. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, Isabella will address us, and we're all really looking forward to that. So everyone, just stay on the call, turn off your mics and your videos, and we'll chat at 15:15. And the person I'm most talking to is myself because I was late. I was late after lunch. I got the times wrong, so I'm just repeating that it's 15:15 for me. Okay, see you in a minute. Cheers. Get away.
Okay, let me start by thanking the Rebuilding Macroeconomics team for, first of all, of course, funding our research, but also secondly, bearing with us as we moved across the pond and then had the pandemic and the team ended up being dispersed between 3 continents, which didn't make it exactly easy. But here we are, and I think we did achieve quite something, in particular in terms of the construction of the database, which took much more time and effort than we had realized, and I will go into the details of that. So the title that I'm giving here to my presentation is really the title of our first working paper, which is What You Exported Matters, Persistence and Productive Capabilities Across 2 Eras of Globalization. And this work is co-authored with Gregor Semenyuk, Tom Westland, and Junchang Liang, and we have also had a pretty large number of undergraduate research assistants that were sponsored kindly by the University of Massachusetts that were critical in making that happen. So the overarching question of this hub has been, has globalization benefited all, right? And we are basically suggesting here a global long-run view on that question. So if Claudius and his team zoomed into the European Union and have done all this amazing detailed work, what we are doing here is in some sense in parallel, but zooming out in terms of the time frame and zooming out in terms of the geographic coverage. So we are building on the persistence literature in economics, which basically in the last 10, 15 years has produced a number of very highly influential studies that suggest that today's economic performance originates in some distant past, often focused on colonialism and aspects of colonial history. This literature mainly focuses on institutions, geography, culture, and unfortunately also genetics as persistence mechanism. So the idea there tends to be that there's something persistent outside of economic mechanisms themselves, which drives the persistence and differences in economic performance. Now, as I think after Claudius' presentation is abundantly clear, the complexity economics literature in many ways builds on the old development economics insight that today's economic performance highly correlates with export diversification or other dimensions of export patterns, and where the old development economics literature was primarily focused on industrial upgrading from a policy perspective, the complexity economics literature combines and operationalizes this insight using methods from network analysis, and then tends to emphasize the path dependence in productive capabilities. Now, what we are doing here is basically to take the insights from the persistence literature that today's economic performance originates in some distant past, which I think when Claudius was talking about accumulation and how at some point accumulation must have started, right? It kind of implies that there's a long history to it. So in that sense, we connect to the persistence literature. And at the same time, we take the path dependence dynamic that is abundantly described in the economic complexity literature, but of course also has all these additional nuances, these layers of nuances that Claudius has been pointing out to. As the underlying persistence mechanism. So rather than suggesting that it's something about geography, culture, or even genetics that drives this persistence, we suggest that there is persistence in a key economic dimension, which is productive capabilities, and that this is driven by productive capabilities bearing productive capabilities, which is of course not only a characteristic of countries, but also a matter of relations between countries. Okay, so when I say we basically zoom out and we try to look at the long run, what I mean is that we look in some sense at the development ladder across two eras of globalization. So at this point, it seems quite clear that the current wave of globalization is somewhat ebbing, or at least it's not as vibrant anymore as it was some 10, 15 years ago. So from that vantage point of today, we compare the previous globalization with the now ebbing globalization of the turn of the 21st century, which are two waves of globalization that were similar in that new heights of trade integration was achieved and that there was a convergence in terms of prices and a far broader range of products than previous times had been traded in both eras. Of course, there are also important differences. Yet we basically use the fact that at both times we have this very high degree of market integration, of global market integration, which means that the domestic economies are to a large extent structured by their relation with the global economy as a starting point, which allows us to compare across these two periods. Now, of course, the political context of these two eras of globalization was vastly different. At the turn of the 20th century, we are right at the peak of what many scholars have called the period of high imperialism, and the period from the 1990s to 2008 or so can, I think, be considered the high point of neoliberal globalization. So we are basically looking here to what extent productive capabilities between countries around the globe are persistent across these vastly different institutional settings that are similar in that we can think of basically the whole world more or less being integrated into a global economy. Now, previous studies of the previous globalization at the turn of the 20th century have focused on the polarization between exports of manufacturing and exports of raw material and agricultural goods across the global north and the global south. And this has been labeled a so-called great specialization, which would, of course, suggest that countries actually specialize, which is not consistent with what we find, as I will elaborate later. So in order to compare countries' rankings on the global development ladder across these two periods, what we need is basically to be able to measure all these export-based proxies for productive capabilities also at the turn of the 20th century. Now, to that end, we have constructed a new global export database, which is, to the best of our knowledge, the most fine-grained database and most extensive database for that period that allows disaggregation to the commodity level. Okay, so what is the basic logic of what we are doing here? The basic logic is that if productive capabilities are somehow path dependent, then we should expect that productive capabilities in the previous era of globalization should have a bearing on productive capabilities today. This means that if all of these ladders are positions of countries on the global development ladder, we should expect that countries tend to be in similar positions today as they were about a century ago. Now, obviously, we wouldn't expect perfect persistence, but at least like a general tendency of some sort. Now, you might say, well, isn't that obvious, and couldn't we do that with just using GDP data? Just as a footnote, GDP data is basically largely unavailable for most of the countries in Africa, large parts of Latin America and Asia for this period, which means that you cannot really compare across a century if you rely on GDP data, and the kind of GDP data that you would be constructing is basically anyone's best guess. Okay, now obviously we don't think that this development ladder started at the turn of the 19th century. Obviously, it was important that countries were then integrated into a globalization. As such, we can actually measure their mutual relations in the same way as scholars have been doing for the present era of globalization. But the underlying cause ultimately would be your explanation of the Great Divergence. Now, we don't get into this. All that we try to do is to look at the persistence across the two globalizations. So we use these export-based proxies, such as diversification, economic complexity, and export sophistication, as proxies for productive capabilities at the turn of the 20th century, and then test whether these proxies at the turn of the 20th century determine the same proxies, and we can measure the exact same things at the, and I apologize the typo here, this is supposed to be, of course, 1998 to 2007, okay? So this is the basic setup of what we are doing here. We are measuring the same export-based proxies in the last globalization and then in today's globalization, and we see whether those are connected. Okay, let me say a few more words on the database construction. So basically, the turn of the 20th century is also the high point of colonial statistics, which means that besides tax accounts, which is of course something that since Piketty's path-breaking work has been very widely harvested by economists, colonial statistics is one of the most rich data sources that we have for that period. And it's also the period for which we probably, the period when for the first time, we can really get a global picture of international trade. So what we have done is we have used primary sources of colonial statistics in 5 languages, have used optical recognition software in order to extract from tables that look pretty much similar to what I've copy-pasted here into CSV files. Now, one thing that we had quite vastly underestimated is how bad optical recognition software is when it comes to historical sources, which means that there has been a massive amount of manual correction after we had extracted this using software. Then once we had this file of all our data compiled from the historical sources, we then wanted to recode the historical product descriptions into the standard international trade classification system, which allows us to basically consistently measure across the two periods, or to put it more broadly, which allows us to make the data for present day databases comparable with our historical database. So we manually matched all of the product descriptions in our database to SITC codes. Then we perform border corrections, because basically we want to compare the same geographic units, right? And obviously geographic units were different 100 years ago. So we had to do all sorts of imputations and estimates of making the polities match. And then we have done a whole round of data exploration, cleaning, and benchmarking, where we basically benchmarked our data against existing aggregate databases and country level databases, which then, of course, has generated certain deviations, which allowed us to catch another round of errors, which allowed us to make our data more robust. So as a result of this very labor-intensive process, we have now 25,788 data points, which are basically unique country, year, and product observations. Just to give you a sense of how this goes beyond existing data coverage for that time, the source that is still widely used, for example, 2018 by Kevin O'Rourke, who's one of the authorities on in economic history on trade in the previous globalization, is work done by Lambertheim Yates in 1959. Now, this was basically a trade census for the year 1913 and distinguishes 57 separate commodities. Now, in our project, we can distinguish 545 unique SITC codes, and we cover a decade, or actually 11 years, whereas 1896 is the data coverage is a bit weaker. So we have a solid data coverage for a whole decade. So if we compare our data coverage with aggregate databases that have basically recorded country-level aggregate trade flows, we find that we reach between 89% of what they record as world trade and 68.7% of what they record as world trade. Now, it's not entirely clear that their records of aggregate trade flows are better than our records of bottom-up trade flows. So therefore, this is just to give you a sense that we are basically in the ballpark of what aggregate databases have done, but no one knows what the actual aggregate data flows are. Okay, so with this database, we can then obviously start exploring how export patterns have evolved over time. And the most basic measure is to look at export diversification, which basically counts the number of distinct commodities exported by a country. And we have here used SITC 3 as the digit level, and we have employed an RCA of 0.5, a revealed comparative advantage of 0.5. I can comment on that if anyone's interested in this. So the map on the left-hand side for 1897 to 1906 is our database, which gives you a sense of the coverage that we have, which also shows you that we have had difficulties covering landlocked countries for complicated reasons of how trade was recorded at the time. But I think it also gives you a sense that while it's of course not completely global in a strict sense, it is pretty global given the data limitations in terms of primary sources. Okay, but more importantly, what it shows is that if we measure export diversification after decades of de-industrialization in Europe and the United States, we can still see that basically the most diversified countries are in Europe and the United States. On the other hand, we can also see that several countries in Asia, prominently China, actually still were surprisingly diversified at the turn of the 20th century, which at that time they had been undergoing several decades of de-industrialization, but apparently were still able to export a wide range of goods. So from that perspective, the rise of China and East Asia in some sense appears more of a re-emergence than a rise, strictly speaking. We can also see that Africa has largely been locked in at the bottom of the diversification hierarchy, and that several countries in North Africa have even fallen further behind than where they were at the time of almost universal European colonization. On the other hand, in Latin America, the picture is more or less mixed, with Chile having fallen behind compared to where it was at the turn of the 20th century, which I think is quite interesting given that Chile represents a certain development model, and Brazil being a notable case of catching up. Of course, Russia is again a pretty depressing picture, which has to do with post-socialist transitions. Okay, so the general picture of these maps, I think, is that while there has been some movement, the first impression is persistence. So what we do here is we simply plot the export diversification scores normalized by the most diversified country in the respective period against one another. So if there was perfect persistence, we would expect that the countries were more or less around the 45-degree line. So some shifting up has happened. However, the fit is still surprisingly good with a correlation of 0.72. Now, maybe a quick remark here on Claudius' finding of movement within the European Union. It's quite remarkable, or I found it quite remarkable, that in our data, actually the largest movement, the largest amount of catching up has taken place within this cloud of countries, which are, of course, all former imperialist powers, or at least countries that had a certain history of colonization, that float above everybody else then and now, with the exception that then, meaning at the turn of the 20th century, Great Britain basically was the dominant power in the world economy, right? So it was far ahead of everybody else, whereas now Great Britain has clearly lost out its position in that regard and is sharing this with this group of other European countries. On the other hand, countries down here, which would have fallen further behind compared to the best linear fit, are predominantly African countries and several oil exporting countries. Okay, in the interest of time, I will just skip this, but basically we can do the ubiquity diversity thing the same way as Hausman and so on have done, and we find the same relation between ubiquity and diversity. And we also find that if we measure diversification, complexity, and export sophistication, that these measures are strongly correlated across each other, which suggests that indeed they seem to be approximating some common element, which we like to think of as productive capabilities. Now, if we look at the persistence in economic complexity, the picture is very similar to diversification, just that we find that some countries that we generally think of as successful catching up cases, actually have caught up in economic complexity much more than they did in diversification, most notably here, Japan and Korea. Finally, we can do the same thing, of course, for export sophistication, where export sophistication is a measure that builds on economic complexity, but weighs the exports, weighs the complexity by the share of exports in export baskets. So in that sense, if you are exporting a lot of complex stuff, you would get, in terms of the shares in your export basket, you would be higher ranked in terms of sophistication than in terms of complexity. Again, we can see that in terms of this measure, Japan and Korea have really caught up very notably. Okay, we then test whether these correlations that we observe are robust when we control for things that in the very mainstream, very standard growth and trade diversification literature are considered important drivers of export diversification, namely trade openness, resource rent, FDI, population, human capital, and institutional equality. And we find that our historical measure of diversification, economic complexity, sophistication are all highly significant and quantitatively important in relation to the respective same measures today. We then add the manufacturing share and find that this is, I was actually surprised about that, is also still significantly related across the two periods, and then we construct a principal component, which basically takes the first principal component across all these measures, including the manufacturing share. And we have included the manufacturing share here, since it measures a slightly different dimension compared, it's a slightly different measure compared to complexity or sophistication or diversification, which might all be volatile to the ways in which the data is constructed, which the manufacturing share is not. But even if we do this, the principal component is still, the autoregression of the principal component is still very highly significant and quantitatively important. Now, of course, at the end of the day, we are not only interested in persistence and productive capabilities, but we are interested in what does this tell us about GDP per capita. We're talking here about real GDP per capita. What we test is, so in what I've just shown you, we basically find that our export-based proxies so far support the idea that the measures then are very highly correlated and that this is robust to controlling for all these other characteristics with the measures today. Now the question becomes, do the historical measures also predict GDP per capita today? This is a scatter plot with today's GDP per capita on the vertical axis and our principal component across all measures on the horizontal axis. And again, we find a pretty strong correlation of 0.69, which is robust to controlling for this same set of variables that I have just mentioned. And I just want to draw your attention not only to the very high significant levels, which is basically saying that diversification, export complexity, and sophistication, as well as the manufacturing share in the previous globalization are highly significant in relation to GDP per capita today. But I also want to draw your attention to the R-square of our bivariate regression, where we basically find that for economic complexity, 56% of the variance in GDP per capita today can be explained by economic complexity 100 years ago. Okay, now we want to rule out that what we are measuring here is not at the end of the day just persistence in, say, geography or institutions. So it might be that our export-based proxies at the turn of the 20th century and at the turn of the 21st century both were determined by some third variable, say geography or say the high quality of institutions in some places and not others, which are themselves persistent. So we want to rule out that our link is not driven by something else. So what we have done is we have run a very large number of things that we can measure for the turn of the 20th century, have identified variables that are significant in relation to our historical measures, and have then tested whether adding these variables as controls to our initial regression takes away the significance in our historical measures. And what we find is that geography is some geographic variables are significant, but it's very erratic and it's not consistent across measures. Whereas a variable that we have constructed for history of European overseas colonization is very robustly and very consistently significant across all measures. And this actually has also had a negative coefficient in relation to our historical data. So basically what this suggests is that not only the historical global division of labor was, which is an obvious finding, was largely related to colonial status in the period of high imperialism, but also that countries that have had a history of being European overseas colonies, and note that this does not include the white settler colonies, have fallen even further behind compared to where they were at the turn of the 20th century. I realize that I'm almost running out of time, so let me just say that we then also tested certain dimensions of path defiance. In particular, we tested the resource curse hypothesis, and we find that oil exporting countries, I mean, something unsurprisingly, but we basically confirm the resource curse hypothesis possibly in the first, for the first time for the very long run, where we look at whether oil exporting countries have fallen behind compared to where they were at the turn of the 20th century. And we confirm this in our analysis. So let me just skip this and jump right to the conclusion. So basically what we find is what you exported does indeed matter, both for today's capabilities as well as for today's wealth of the nations. Productive capabilities are path dependent across the two globalization, and the individual policy variables do not undermine persistence. We have also tested things like land reform, IMF and World Bank structural adjustment programs, WTO membership, and all of these turned out to not do anything to our findings. Fourthly, colonialism still has a significant and negative impact on countries' capabilities, and we confirm the resource curse hypothesis. Now, for future research, we basically want to use the fact that thanks to this long-run analysis, we can identify countries that have managed to escape from this very strong structural persistence across time and study them with qualitative methods as well as network analysis to better understand what is it that drives path defiance. Secondly, I've started working on a paper that contributes to the economic history literature on the turn of the 20th century, where so far the common assumption is that this was a period of great specialization. However, what we show is really there was a period of great polarization between diversification in the north and specialization in the south. Then we have a paper in the making which is testing the Lewis hypothesis for the open economy for the previous globalization. And finally, I'm working on Smithian trade theory, since I believe that these findings of persistent diversification actually challenge us to really give up on Ricardian trade theory and switch to the Smithian roots, which is not to say that everything should be derived from Smith, but I think that this can help us think through the implications for trade theory of the finding that not only in the present period, but also in the very long run, trade seems to be diversified and among the countries that really are on top of the hierarchy in the global division of labor. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Isabella. Thank you very much for that. There are so many questions and so many interesting angles. I think one of the things I'm really interested in is the first of all the massive amount of data collection that you've done. So you had to make certain choices at certain times. Can you give us a sense of like one choice where you were kind of agonizing over, kind of, oh, was it this? Oh, was it that? Maybe how did you decide? Second thing is about the countries that, if you like, refused the path of development that was given them. Right, I'm thinking particularly of Singapore, or something like that. Is the way forward to, just reject your colonial roots and all that? Or is it some other way? When Ireland became independent from Britain, the nationalistic rhetoric forced everyone into autarky, which is a tiny country. Autarky, a tiny country beside the largest empire in the world, very poor choice economically. Made total sense politically, whatever. Terrible choice economically. But you could argue that that's path defiance. So those kind of two questions. What's your sense of like when did the boundary come down, and like how do you feel about the countries that aren't path dependent, that at certain times have developed faster than you would have otherwise expected?
Yeah, on your first question, I mean, there are a gazillion of crossroads that we have faced of a very small type, right? And unfortunately, I think Tom Westland, Tom, are you here? I don't see the whole list of speakers. I don't think he's here. He's in Australia and it's been not working with the time difference. Anyways, Tom Westland, who is a PhD student in economic history at Cambridge, really has done an absolutely amazing job in helping us navigate this, and at each and every point where we had to take these decisions, do very thorough research into all sorts of literatures that we had to consult in order to decide what to do. So for example, for idiosyncratic reasons, for the Netherlands, it's very difficult to distinguish what are re-exports, right? All our data is trying to filter out re-exports, right? Because if we include re-exports, then it would look like Hong Kong is the most diversified country in the world, but it's really just a trade port, right? So this poses very complicated questions. Fortunately, for large parts of the historical records, they actually show re-exports, which is great. So we basically relied on what the historical sources tell us. But for the Netherlands, this is not the case. But there is a whole research field amongst Dutch economic historians that looks at re-exports in the Netherlands. So we had to tap into that in order to come up with a reasonably accurate method that allowed us to understand what are the commodities that are likely to be re-exports in the Dutch case, and what are exports that are likely to be actually produced in the Netherlands, right? I mean, there are obvious examples like coffee, which clearly wouldn't have grown on the shores of Den Haag or something, right? But there are other cases that are much less obvious. So this is one example. Then there's the whole question of species flows, which, I mean, some species flows are species flows and some species flows are money flows in this period, right? So you need to distinguish between species flows that are actually species flows and money flows, which you don't want to measure when you're trying to measure commodity export, right? This is actually something where I think we have made quite some improvement over the aggregate databases, because they typically include species flows that are money flows. Anyway, so there's a whole range of, or then there's a question of how do you translate a colony that has completely different borders today into countries today, right? So for this, we have then basically done research on the history of these colonies and tried to come up with imputations that are, I mean, obviously not perfect, but fairly accurate. And I should say that given just how strong and how incredibly robust our regression results are, we have also varied the SLTC levels and the RCA cutoff points, and we have varied the contemporary reference periods, and and we have varied the list of control variables, and it just comes back like 3-star significant over and over again in the bivariate regression with like 35 to even above 40% explanation of the variance of today's value. So that's, I mean, so I think that also actually speaks for the quality of our data, because if we were measuring something randomly, we would never get these very strong results, right? Now, to the question of path defiance, I think this is actually the part where we still really do need to do most work. So far, we have really tried to establish the long-term global persistence, and we have only just started to explore what is it that allows countries to escape from the what Claudius called vicious specialization, or what others have also called a development trap, and so on, right? I mean, generally speaking, I think the overall picture is rather depressing. So the pretty large amount of movement that we see within the European or across the European countries clearly does not translate to the world, right? Furthermore, Singapore, yes, great. It's an extremely small island state, right? And the East Asian countries, of course, at some point in history before the Industrial Revolution, were actually more diversified and more complex exporters than the European nations, right? So, which is what we can still see in our data at the turn of the 20th century. So by the late 19th century, a country like China would have undergone some 80 years of deindustrialization, just like Great Britain today has undergone decades of deindustrialization, but it was still vastly more diversified than, say, a European overseas colony in Africa, right? So if there is this very long shadow of history, then, and I mean, this is a point that Alice Amsden has, of course, made long time ago, that the history of industrialization, the history of manufacturing capacity seem to matter in a pretty long run, then this kind of also puts the case of Singapore even into context, right? So then maybe Singapore is more of a case of re-emergence rather than a case of catching up from the bottom, right? Now, this then does end up with a pretty depressing outlook, where it seems that most of the movement is really in the upper third or so of the global hierarchy. But our point is not to send the message that no policy can work. Our point is that we have to take these long-term persistences very seriously, and they present very stark structural constraints, and they challenge us to understand the initial conditions of countries carefully, and to think about development maybe more like guerrilla warfare, where it's not like, oh, there's like this one big package approach that you can use and then you'll succeed. But instead, it's really about trying to understand past strategies that have worked to escape from these overall tendencies, but also to develop creatively, given what you have, where are the loopholes in the overall structure of persistence where you can poke into and can break out. But to recognize that this is, that this is really path defiance and not like following some sort of general tendency of convergence where you basically just have to liberalize and then you will converge. No, you have to actually think about how you can escape from where you are.
Indeed. Brilliant answer. Thank you. Claudius.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to be quick. I mean, I have my deepest respect for this data work. I think this is probably one of the most underestimated contributions people contribute to science. I was listening and I thought that was crazy, but extremely, extremely cool. A question, when you talk about this persistence of diversity, if I understood you correctly, you also used this economic complexity index by Hausmann and Hidalgo and looked at that. Now I'm wondering, there's this alternative formulation suggested by Andrea Trachella and Guido Caldarelli from Italy. They are basically saying, okay, what Hidalgo and Hausmann are doing is all bullshit. You have to compute complexity in a different way. And if you do it, the interesting thing is that in particular developing countries are somehow switching positions. And I was wondering, because if I look at this very long-term period that you are looking at, I think this would be methodologically extremely interesting to compare how these different types of complexity perform. So my question would be, did you only look at the Hidalgo-Hausmann complexity thing, or do you also some changes with alternative measures of economic complexity? That just respect again. That was really very cool presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. As I said, I think we should have been talking in the sense that our energies have really been primarily absorbed by getting the data right, which, given how much worse many things worked than I had anticipated in the beginning, was really a massive project, right? So in that sense, we have certainly not explored all the different versions of measures that we could be using. What we have done is we have used the tile and these kind of alternative diversification measures, which did not perform as well, but which makes some sense because at the end of the day, why would we expect export baskets to be equally balanced in that way, right? We are really interested in measuring underlying capabilities, which is a different thing, right? Then, I mean, the sophistication measure is slightly different from the complexity measure of Hausmann and Hidalgo, right? And actually, Junshang, I mean, who has been doing all the computing work in terms of computing these indexes, might want to comment on the difference of the sophistication and the ECI. If you want to pitch in, Junshang, you don't have to. I mean, don't want to put you on the spot here, but if you, I think you are muted.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, so the sophistication is actually based on the product complexity index, which measures how complex the product is. And it is the weighted average of the complexities of the products by the expert share, as you mentioned. And regarding whether ECI is a meaningful measure, I think it is, because by the algorithm, we start from diversity, which is the number of export lines that a country has, and then discount those diversity by the ubiquity of the products. If they are exported by a lot of countries, then we are going to discount your diversity, because those are just the goods that everybody can produce, right? And then after we discount the diversity, then we recalculate this ubiquity based on our discounted version of the diversity. Then we do this iterative process, and then in the end we converge to an eigenvector as we wrote in the appendix. And this convergent eigenvector would measure the relative positions of countries along this iterative process. And it is, I mean, according to a research published in the Science Advances, it's actually a dimension reduction tool which reduces the two-dimensional, which is the diversity ubiquity combination, into one dimension, which is called this economic complexity index. So itself is I mean, the economic complexity index is itself a ranking of the countries in this dimension reduction process. And the ranking, I mean, the number assigned to the country is also meaningful in the sense that it also tells how different the countries are, how far apart they are in terms of the complexity so constructed. So I think, I mean, although the mechanics is not very intuitive, but I think it is meaningful. And this is also verified by our alternative measures, such as the manufacturing share and the street count of the export lines. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Yeah, thank you, Junshang. So basically, I mean, the sophistication builds on the same complexity measure, right? And it would certainly be a good extension to use alternative complexity measures. But as Junshang says, the fact that with the manufacturing share, which is completely independent of any kind of complexity type of methodology, right, and the simple count, we have the same finding, makes us quite confident that we are not just finding that data that is constructed in the same way is constructed in the same way. Therefore, the economic complexity measures hold across both periods, right? So, but I mean, it would certainly be a great extension to test some more measures. I mean, I shall also say that we have been, as I mentioned, varying the SITC levels, which should get rid of some of the issues that have been identified with the economic complexity index. And I mean, the reason why the manufacturing share is interesting is also because some countries might be exporting a whole range of very non-ubiquitous agricultural products, right? Like say Korea and ginseng. And then you might find that 50% of exports are ginseng, and they are highly complex because they are very non-ubiquitous. And then you find that Korea is the most sophisticated exporter in the world. Okay, this is obviously a a bit of a comical example, but I mean, the basic logic is clear, right? So in order to avoid this, we have also been looking at these broader sectoral categories, right? Where because ginseng then, I mean, it obviously wouldn't be manufacturing, but also if we look at the broader sectoral category, it would just be a root vegetable, which then puts it into the same category as potatoes. So therefore it becomes completely non-ubiquitous, right? So we have been playing around with this a lot, and we have found that it's robust, but it would certainly be interesting to explore alternative measures.
Very good. And Angus and then Joe.
Thank you. Isabella and team, thank you very much indeed. That was very interesting. So it's a bit of a sad story, really, that your product complexity is stuck to where it was a century ago. But then you put various regressors in to try and help explain that. But the one that caught my eye was the colonial one. And then you said something about this is non-white ex-colonies or something. I thought I picked up. And since that's the one that's statistically significant, could you just explain what you had tried there? Because it suggested that you had tried something else. You sort of, just didn't dwell on it. And, so what is that picking up? I mean, as Stephen said, there's colonial countries that have followed some paths afterwards and others have followed other paths. So is that trying to pick up some sort of cultural legacy or institutional legacy or something? In which case you could do a two-stage least squares with that as the instrument, if you knew what that was trying to get at, which so I was just interested when you mentioned that about white colonies or something like that, trying to find out what was going on there.
Yeah, so the basic idea here is that, we do want to see whether the global hierarchy in the world system that was prevalent then might be what has determined complexity levels then, right? And what might still to some extent have a long shadow. And therefore, even if we account for the historical levels of complexity, might still have some impact today, right? So what we have done is we have used two alternative databases that record colonial history. So I'm only showing you one here. The alternative one that we have used is where we basically looked at the year 1900 as our reference point, and then we just look which countries are colonies, which countries are independent countries, and which countries are empires at that time, with which we find the same thing as we do here. Here we look at what were European overseas colonies in the sense of what were territories that were colonized by European powers. And the idea of only using overseas colonies is simply trying to capture that white settler colonies had a very different status in the global system, especially in the late 19th century, where many of them, of course, were already former white settler colonies, right? So the idea is that there's something specific to European overseas colonies in terms of the extractive institutions that they set up, which put certain countries on a trajectory of basically being deliverers of raw materials and agricultural products that feed into the economy of the empire, but that don't allow these countries to develop complex economies themselves, right? And then we also control here for European colonial powers, because we don't want to compare the European overseas colonies to their colonizers, right? We want to compare them to countries that were not also colonizers, but that might have been independent countries or overseas territories that haven't been formally colonized, okay? And what we find is that basically in the other regression, which I'm not showing you here, is that when we take the historical variable, the 1897 to 1906 measures, as dependent variable, not, yes, as dependent variable, and I'm actually sorry, now I got confused. Anyways, then we find that basically in 1900, the fact if a country was a colonizer or a overseas colony impacted overseas colonies significantly negatively. So in other words, if you were an extractive colony for the British Empire, you were only exporting a small number of pretty basic goods. Now, then we test, and maybe it's not even helpful to show you all these regressions here, but then we test whether if we control for the historical value, that is, we take into account at the turn of the 20th century, say Senegal was a French colony and therefore was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Does Senegal being at the bottom of the hierarchy explain something about Senegal being at the bottom of the hierarchy today? If we account for its low position, then we still find that colonization until today has a negative significant impact, which is to say that it already impacted them negatively then, right? But even if we account for this negative historical impact, today they are still even worse off. So this is really quite, and I mean, we have been using several different measures. We have also been actually, which we don't even report here, we have been constructing not only dummies, but we have also constructed an economic sovereignty index where we basically give like countries that are colonizers a score 3, and then countries that are not colonizers but independent, they score 2, and countries that are colonized by European powers score 3, and countries that are occupied also score 3, right? So we kind of have like a very simple, very basic index, and it performs in the same way. So it seems to be an extremely, extremely robust finding that this negative impact of colonialism has not only persisted over time, but might have even become worse, which makes some sense if you think about the fact that if you start off with only extractive institutions and a very low level of diversification, and everybody else is diversifying because they have better starting points, then you might be falling even further behind, right? Which might not be driven only by colonization, but which still shows that this initial starting point of having been colonized seems to be very powerful in the very long run.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to, so I understand that, you know, conditional on where...
I'm trying to stop share and somehow it doesn't let me.
Right, conditional on where the...
okay, thank you.
Where the export complexity was a century ago, then the interesting thing is that it's made it worse because it had this incremental effect. So why? You know, because other countries have followed different ways, like Singapore, Stephen mentioned. I mean, just you know, there's a lot of fascinating other variables around, like legal frameworks or culture.
Oh yeah, we have. I didn't go into that, but we have actually also measured for legal frameworks. We have used Polity, which is the standard index that people use for quality of institutions, which has which is very highly correlated with legal frameworks, which has some data for the year 1900, which is fairly okay. So we have used that, and we have found that this is basically not consistently significant in relation to our historical data. So we have only used variables in this exercise that proved significant in relation to our historical data. So we have also tested for, I mean, a much larger range of geographic variables than the ones that you have seen. We have only shown you the ones that turned out significant. We have also used the data that came out last year in a QJE article on steamship times, which is basically like a ease of market access type of measure, right? Which could be something that would drive countries being able to export many things or not, because it would affect the transaction costs, right?
Yeah, something that plays into this colonial aspect. So something like, you know, I'm sure there wasn't measures of cultural indices back 100 years ago. I don't think there was, but I'd be very happy they're proven wrong.
So for
that rather than another reason, which I mean, I'm sure trade routes mattered, but it's something to pick up that, which, I mean, it's a fascinating finding, but why? That's what I'm stuck with.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of culture, there is a very large literature in the persistence studies that looks at cultural aspects, right? But the problem is that once you want to go to the global level, it becomes extremely murky to measure culture, right? Yeah. I mean, all of these studies are basically different in different studies that look at, say, like there's county 1, which is Protestant, and county 2 that is Catholic, but they are bordering and they are otherwise completely the same. Does culture matter, right? This type of thing. But with our like attempt of being global, I mean, if you have any idea, I've been thinking about it for some time. I mean, I thought just plugging in religion would be absurd, right? If you just put like Protestant countries and Catholic countries and Muslim countries. I mean, the kind of results, I don't know, it seemed strange. Because there's so much variance within the country of, say, like, I mean, then is Ireland Catholic or Protestant? I don't know. I mean, it raises so many complicated questions, right? So in that sense,
no one in Ireland wants to answer, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, but it's certainly something that we should explore more, and we should.
Very fascinating observation. That's my only point.
Yeah, and I mean, it certainly requires more. That's why I'm saying, like, I think the only way to come up with a more comprehensive story on that, on my mind, is qualitative research, which really looks at case studies of countries that we have identified as being stuck on the bottom and that have been subject to an extractive colonial rule and that have fallen even further behind, and basically do country level case studies based on historical and development research that has been done, right? I don't think there's actually primary research needed, but it's, I mean, very labor intensive literature search on the country level.
Yeah. Joe. You're muted, mate.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just getting organized. Just a quick clarification question, really, probably because I got distracted during your presentation. Your dependent variable is the ratio of your complexity index in the current period to how it was in the 100 years ago or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, I probably should have shown you the econometric model, right? I didn't want to bother you all with too many Greek letters. So basically, our dependent variable is the measure, these 3 different proxies for productive capabilities, diversification, economic complexity, and sophistication, measured for the years 1998 to 2007. Okay, where we lump together all the data for a whole decade, which we consider the peak of the current globalization before the global financial crisis, right? And then we do the same lumping 1 decade of data together for 1897 to 1906, which is not exactly the peak of the previous globalization, but the period for which we have the best data coverage, and nicely also is a century. Anyways, and then we basically regress, looking at the dependent variable being the measures today and the main explanatory variable being the measures then, and controlling on the one hand for all the stuff that people talk about when they talk about growth and diversification, such as human capital. This is exercise 1. Exercise 2 is we test what are factors that are significant in relation to our historical data. And then we test when we control for this set of variables that are significant in relation to our historical data, does the relationship between the historical data and the contemporary data still holds? Because it might be that all that we are measuring is that countries that have good access to navigable rivers or ports have been very diversified then and are still very diversified now. Or say countries that are tropical, which is obviously a classic example, right? Were very diversified then and are very diversified now, so all that we are measuring is that being a tropical country really sucks, right? No, that's not the case. We find that once we control for these things, we still the bearing of the historical variable is still significant at the 1% confidence level.
And the variable you're using is the 3 dimensions somehow linearized into a single dimension using the technique which your co-author described, Jun Chang described. Is that right?
That is correct. So basically, we use 4 measures. The first one is diversification, which is just counting how many distinct commodities is a country exporting in which it has at least a revealed comparative advantage of 0.5. We use this 0.5 cutoff point because we don't want to measure negligible accidental flows, right? We want to measure exports that indicate that a country actually is competitively exporting this kind of good. Okay, so this is measure 1. The measure 2 is the complexity measure, which basically is qualifying the diversification measure with characteristics of the kind of commodities that you are exporting. And the key characteristic, or the characteristic that is being used there, is this a commodity that is exported by many countries, or is it a commodity that is exported by only a few countries? Where the idea, which is called ubiquity, where the idea is that if something is only exported by a few countries, then it should somehow be more difficult to export, to produce, and therefore indicate more unique productive capabilities than something that is basically exported by everyone. Think wheat or rice, or say broadly speaking grains, and computer chips. Okay, and then there's this whole iterative process that Chun-Chang has been describing, where you basically weigh the diversification with ubiquity, and then the ubiquity with diversification, you go on and on and on, and then eventually you get this scalar index, which ranks your countries in a way that you can compare across time. And then the third measure is sophistication, which uses the complexity as I've just described, but weighs the export shares of goods in countries' export baskets. And then the fourth measure is we add manufacturing, and then we derive the principal component across the 4 measures for both periods, which is basically a way to combine these 3 first measures, which are all ultimately derived from the diversification, with manufacturing, and then see if it still holds. So this is, okay, did this make sense?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I mean, I guess you've probably done kind of individual tests rather than, because it's quite a complicated aggregation procedure you're using, which, you know, a referee might sort of say, well, there could be something in that aggregation which is generating a spurious. I don't think there is, but I could just imagine that somebody could cause you trouble by saying, you know, there's something funny going on here, and I haven't quite got the maths to work out whether there's some kind of feedback mechanism which is causing a spurious correlation.
Yeah. So basically, the way how we try to control for this is when I say we vary SITC codes, what we do is like SITC level 1 is, say, agricultural goods, 1 category. Next category, chemicals and manufacturing goods. Next category, textiles, something like that. Okay, so it's extremely broad. Then the next level would be something like acids for chemicals, something like grains for agriculture, right? Then the next level is only 1 specific kind of acids for chemicals, only sorghum for grains, okay? So the reason why we alternate this way is because if all of this was just a statistical artifact, by alternating the levels, something should change, because the levels are not constructed in a homogeneous way. And we haven't come up with this. This is what other people have been doing to try to test the robustness of these measures. But I'm sure that, I mean, for sure it would be good to do what Claudius said of trying a different complexity measure. The advantage of these measures, I think, is that at the end of the day, we are not interested in whether Colombia exported coffee at the turn of the 20th century and is still exporting coffee now, but we are interested in a more abstract characteristic of these underlying structural elements of the economy, right? So we need a way to use the information that is conveyed by individual products to translate it into something that gives us a measure of these underlying productive capabilities. And that's what people have been doing. I mean, we are really quite basically following a by now very large literature there.
Right.
Very good. I thought Carla had a question there at some point. Maybe it's just to remind us of the time, which is that we're slightly over. Carla, did you have a question?
Sorry, no, it wasn't a question. I just wanted for the discussion on colonial path dependencies earlier.
Cool.
So maybe, yeah, I'll just, yeah, so let me say, I think what is really interesting is what Bukowski and Amin have done. So Bukowski especially, exactly, Isabella, what you said regarding, you know, qualitative country studies. So Bukowski analyzed India and Pakistan and the economic effects on the British Empire coming in. And he said, he describes it as a colonial de-industrialization. So where the empire, obviously like Britain, already having quite an advanced textile industry, came to India that had a much more advanced textile industry. And as an empire, they were interested in de-industrializing the level so that India would become a primary exporter of cotton rather than of sophisticated, you know, final goods that would compete with the British textile industries. So the centuries that followed as a colonialized era was a very active part of deindustrializing the manufacturing structures that were existing in India and Pakistan prior to colonization. And I mean, there's similar things for West Africa. So I think exactly what you said, like we just really need to zoom into these countries and maybe have a look at what they used to produce prior to colonialization, then understand with the help of cultural and hierarchies and institution what changed during colonization to then understand why we are still stuck in the situation we are now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the early 19th century, there's this nice anecdote of a British delegation arriving at the court of the Chinese Empire, trying to establish trade, and the emperor's representative says, "We are not interested in the goods of barbarians. All that we need, we can produce within the Celestial Empire itself, right? We are not interested in furs and wool." And I mean, we basically, I mean, at that point in the early 19th century, which is not that far away from our period, but of course before the Opium Wars and so on, there was still a sense of complete superiority in terms of manufacturing capabilities on the part of China, right? And this, I mean, China is of course an extreme case, but absolutely, this needs to be evaluated much more carefully. And I think it's fairly clear that probably there will be cases where countries didn't have a long history of trade or exports, right? Where they really have started to export by becoming a colony. And there will be other cases where actually the colonizers have plugged into existing trade networks, as was the case with West Africa and South Asia and East Asia, where you had like, by the time that the British arrived, you had several centuries of long distance trade that reaches back to the 12th century, right? So there were very established trading routes. There were established business connections between these regions. There were established industries and so on, many of which have either been taken over or destroyed, depending on how they fitted into the project of empire, really, right? But this, of course, requires much more careful qualitative research, and a lot of this has been done. I mean, I'm not saying we are saying something new here. I think what is new in our case is that we take this global data-driven approach and that we can actually, I mean, show the long shadow of these patterns in a, I mean, very robust fashion, right? On a global scale, not just for one country or two, but as like a to use Claudius' term, as a systemic kind of feature, right?
Brilliant. Any more questions, comments, thoughts? No? Brilliant. So now the last part, maybe in 15 minutes or so, maybe can I ask Angus to give us your thoughts on sort of the broad span of the hub, not just for today, but, you know, kind of maybe kind of a concluding observation. And then maybe if everyone could, I don't know, give your thoughts on what Angus says. I think that's maybe a great way to finish it off. So Angus, please.
Absolutely, that's very nice. Thank you. So first, let me thank everybody for presenting. They've been fascinating and very thought-provoking papers and presentations. In terms of the hub, what was interesting about all of the hubs actually is when you look carefully, there's papers in each of the hubs where you think, what's that paper doing in that hub? So we've got one, I think, a finance paper in I can't think which, in the instability hub. You think, why was that not in the finance hub? And you've got one in the finance hub, which is clearly about cultures of expertise. You think, why is that in there? So with all the hubs, it was quite interesting. Where do you draw the limits and how do you define it? And I think that one can say, you know, globalization, one mustn't get too hung up on the word when you start, because otherwise, you know, you're going to really narrow it down into some very narrow projects. And the idea was, when we started off, to cast the net very wide. And I think what Stephen's done really well is get some projects which actually come from different angles. They come from very different places. And that was, you know, a big part of what we did. We didn't try to presume that we knew the answer in the beginning. So when we spoke to the SRC back in 2016 or whatever it was, we said, you know, that we wanted to let 1,000 flowers bloom, and we didn't go in with a prescribed answer. We very specifically didn't. We tried very hard not to have a school of thought in our mind, or whether, you know, we knew a particular answer. So we were genuinely interested in having a diversity of projects, and I think that's reflected in the projects that Stephen's chosen. The other thing about the Globalisation Hub is, of course, it was first by quite some time, actually. And so I think it's got easier as we've done it, if I'm honest, because then you learn from all the other ones. I think that's absolutely true. But somebody has to go first. And so in that context, then, you know, when you're looking at this from the sort of macro point of view and thinking, okay, you've got all these micro projects, which of course themselves have got macro issues, but then you're trying to weave some thread through them. And I suppose the surprising thing that I found is, of the 37 projects, we're going to have about 75, 80 working papers in the end, how there are some very common threads throughout them. And that wasn't by design. I think the reason for that is because every application, we said you must express which real-world policy issue you're addressing. So you weren't allowed to go off and say, I've got a modeling issue I want to play with. That was kind of ruled out by the way we set it up. And so by setting it up, saying you have to say which real-world problem you're trying to solve, you kind of root yourself into the, well, it's a bit messy. It doesn't fit into a very abstract model. I have to do something a bit more, take into account real-world relationships. And so I think that's why there's this commonality throughout a lot of them. And so we just consider the projects that we've discussed today, you know, starting off with Henrietta's, then it's quite clear that why is it that people's lived experiences, their social experiences, and what we see from life expectancy and various other measures, why are they not congruent with economic measures at the regional level? I mean, that shows that there's something we're missing from just looking at those sort of typical aggregate numbers. And so, and there it looks like this idea of place and connection to other people really matters. So that was a typical example. Pawel's, a great example of it wasn't obvious how that was going to play into this theme when we started off, but it's pretty obvious now, right? I mean, you've got technology driving global value change, which is squashing labor power back at home. Yes, people have got to be right to be a bit fed up with that. I mean, that's kind of interesting. But I don't think anybody knew that that was going to be the story at the beginning, and that you have this lack of congruence between political power at national level and social level. That's what you vote. And yet your life gets determined by something that somebody arranges elsewhere that nobody even asked for or voted for, which is, again, has quite interesting social implications. How is that supposed to work? Daniela and team's project, what I like about that one is, too often in regulation, we think, here's a regulation, you just have to have some capital controls, and so capital regulation, and you've solved everything. Well, actually, it's the beginning of the end of that problem, because humans change. And you put together something, and humans will find a way around the regulation. That's how we do things. We are the best problem solvers ever walked on this planet. That's why we've made this progress. And so any regulation you come up with, you have to think, how are people going to game this? How are they going to move around it? And how are we going to go to the next thing? You can put whatever thorting mechanisms you want, but there will be a way around this, as it seems to have proved through these cycles. So that sort of dynamism, which social macro sort of gets to this idea that you're never in a static equilibrium, I think is very important for the regulatory approach. I think it's absolutely wrong to say, here's a set of regulations, we'll solve that problem. You haven't. You've just created a new set of incentives for people to change their behavior, and the system will change. You'll get another set of problems. So I think that's, for me, how that mostly fitted in. In Claudius, well, I think he was sort of preaching to the choir, and to quote, use a turn of phrase, I mean, I completely agree. And I have also found that sort of older literature, the management style literature, but also the human resources literature that it used to be back in the 60s, absolutely fascinating for talking about how innovation really does happen in terms of a cumulative process. And, with all innovation, it's not just a question of finding spinning Jenny, right? It's about reorganizing your social networks and your social structures, which is really what the division of labor was about. It was about changing how people structure themselves. They specialize in their job. It's a social structure. Every time it's a social structure with all these innovations, and yet we tend to think of just the technology. So I think that will be highly relevant. And finally, I mean, the Isabella's area, I really like this, well, like is the wrong word. I'm intrigued by these colonial links. Like is definitely the wrong word, but intrigued by it. I think it's a very deep, very fascinating question, and in some ways quite a difficult one to look into, but one that we have to. You should never shy away from these difficult things. But I think that there's a huge amount of value in picking that, and so it's an extraordinary achievement putting together those databases. So in sum, when we look across the hub, then I can see how projects play into this bigger picture, which is not surprising because we all know that the our market for exchangeables, of course, it's embedded in society. That's how you make the rules. That's how you make the institution. In fact, the markets are actually socially constructed. So I think that a lot of the projects fit very nicely into that broader theme. And we will be doing this write-up for the next 4 or 5 months. We would welcome any feedback with these ideas that we've expressed during the day. I mean, and that's absolutely genuine because we're working it out at the moment. We don't have a fixed answer, which is why we've been quite cagey about saying what we think the conclusion is, because we have to wait to see everything that's come in and formulate what we think is the right way ahead to complement actually existing macro. And I use those words carefully because everybody thinks, oh, you're trying to replace it. That's ridiculous. We're trying to say that as long as we think that you acknowledge the social sphere, then you inevitably are in a world of radical uncertainty. And as far as I know, nobody's really tackled that point. It requires different types of modeling, different types of methodologies. Is it right? Is it wrong? I don't know, but it's different. And one of the benefits here, if you don't really know the truth, then having different approaches is probably the right way to go, which is really our approach the whole project. So I'm genuinely open to suggestions and questions, and you don't have to ask them now, of course, but whenever you feel like it, just drop me an email and we can have a chat about it. It is an open door, metaphorically, of course. So from Rebuilding Macro at NISA, I just want to thank you all very much. And Stephen, I'll hand back to you, but please do take up that offer. It's a very genuine one.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said, Angus. The major project of this was to bring together, very pluralistic projects and ideas and see how they evolved, and that's precisely what we did. And like you said, we were the first one by a year or something, so it's very, very satisfying to see how everything's developed, despite there being like a global pandemic in the middle and everything else. Sorry, Zhongsheng, did you have a question?
That's a mistake, sorry.
Good stuff. No worries. I'm just I'm just aware of time, and I don't want to take everyone's time unnecessarily. But if anybody wanted to make some remarks, please do. I think we have another 5 minutes or so. Well, I think that's a perfect example of people who are talked out, thought out, zoomed out, and I think it's a perfect time maybe to say thank you to everyone and to sign off. And again, please do keep in touch, and we'll be back in touch with you guys as well as we write the reports and keep everything moving, because the conversation doesn't stop just because the project ends. Your work keeps going. So with that, I think it's probably best to sign off and say thank you. And
can I just say thanks to Stephen and Angus, because I'm aware that we haven't thanked our hosts of the hub. So I think we should all offer our thanks to the hosts for organising and everything. It's obviously been a huge amount of work at your side as well, and perhaps less immediate kind of reward and glory. So thank you very much for your side.
Absolutely our pleasure. And of course, we wouldn't be here without Richard and Carla. They are the backbone. The number of problems that they've solved is very, very, very high. So thank you very much, both Richard and Carla. We wouldn't be there without you. So cheers.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great. All right.
Thank you so much.
You guys. Bye.